Well, at least I know it's working on my side. I can't guarantee it for anyone else's. This is about as good as it's gonna get. Just have to deal with it. Guess I should also take a look and post something about the schedule here. Because I'm nice. This is me talking. I don't know when you hear it. Okay. Let's do it like this. I'm typing a message into the chat. I am pressing send now. I'd say that's about as good as we're going to get it. What's crazy? Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the things I was alluding to earlier when I said that even though Hooper is having the most dominant run out of anybody thus far, he doesn't have the best lead in his group, and that's because Machu won't go away. He decides to stay right there and keep nipping at his heels. So um, the other way to look at that is if Fachu was in basically any other group, he'd probably be winning. I mean, we have to go back and look at again um, if there were no groups and then kind of create fictional groups. Uh, but it's not, it's not, I don't think it's a crazy thought to think that if Fachu was in any other group or most other groups, he might be winning them outright. Here. I was just getting ready to do something that I can't remember what I was going to do. Dang it. Oh, I was going to try to make a little image talking about the schedule of when the next event is. That's what I was going to do. I was going to be nice. Let's see. Car walk goes off in about 45 minutes. I wonder if I can set a timer that appears on the screen. I need to set this to studio mode so that you guys can't see while I'm designing at the same time, but oh well. Let's see here. I guess I could do it this way so I don't have to design a graphic. I could have a timer using a website. Yeah, we'll do this. We'll set a timer here. Um, I'll go ahead and do this. And I'll hit start. That says 11:20. They'll never get started on time, but that's okay. I got an idea. A stupid idea, but it'll work. Waiting until the next minute on my clock. There we go. Okay, so now what I can do is I can put an overlay here, and then I can hide it when we want to talk about the action behind the screen. Actually, I probably can't bring a window in because that window wasn't open. OBS will only use the windows that were open when you opened it. I don't think I can choose a new one. I think I just screwed up. Can't do what I wanted to do. That's okay. I'll just do it the lazy static graphic way. That uh, here we go. That's what we'll do. Boom. Our offering begins at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oh, now I'll do this here. I'll add an image. Our walk. That works, right? Then I don't have to worry about people popping in here going, "Hey, when's the next time? When's the next event start? When's the next event start?" Although, probably still have to worry about it. Nothing fancy, but it tells the story, right? And then if we want to discuss results or something like that, I can just hide it, and boom, we go back to talking about the event. That should work, right? Simple, easy, effective. Might be the only people sitting here, or I might be the only person sitting here. I don't know. Well, it says there's 6 viewers, so I haven't gotten back the 18 that I lost. and getting rid of the latency. Uh, they might be gone because the events aren't here, or there's nothing to be covered right now, or they might be gone for good. I might have just lost them. I was testing my own latency. Looks like you're right. Looks like it's about 2 seconds. Watching from South Africa. Go Yako Schoonwinkel. He lost some ground in that last event. He didn't have a very good Viking press. I mean, I feel weird saying that because 12 reps is actually pretty good. I'm gonna go ahead and hide that and show what we're talking about here. Well, okay, here's Yako. So I said he didn't have a very good Viking press. I don't know that that's fair. I mean, I think 12 reps is actually pretty good. The problem is everyone in the group did pretty darn well. There were no stand-up performers of like 16 plus reps and things like that. No one even got 15, right? But everyone did well. And so you got two guys doing 14, two guys doing 13. That meant to get 12 reps, he only walked away with 2 points. So he lost 3.5 points in that one event in ground to Tom Stoller. So now instead of being 1 point back, he's 4.5 points back. Um, that's a big difference. But it's not just a big difference to lose 3.5 points to be 4.5 points. The other thing now is Wesley Derwinski from Canada. We can see he's only a half a point back of Yako, whereas he was several points behind. So he lost ground to Tom and allowed Wesley to gain ground and get closer to him. So the Viking press was not friendly to Jakob Schoonwinkel, but again, nothing wrong with 12 reps. What 12 reps tells us is he's still performing at a high level. He's still performing really well. Apparently, he's come back pretty strong after his Achilles injury. Um, so, we haven't seen him compete really since he got hurt, which kind of stinks. It would be nice to see signs of what to expect and things like that. Um, really wasn't sure what to expect from him, but it appears that he's doing pretty well. So that was a really tough event. And by tough, I don't mean a bad performance. Again, I just mean kind of tough to do that well and still only escape with a couple points. 12 reps, that's a lot of effort to only escape with 2 points. That's a tough break. Out of curiosity, I'm wondering where that would put him in the other groups. If he would have had 12 reps in group 4, that would have tied for third. 6, 5, 4, 12 points apiece. They each would have gotten 4 points instead of 3.5. So he would have got 2 more points if he had been in group 4. Of course, we're wondering we're leaving everybody else there too, which someone would have left in his place. It might have been someone who performed worse or someone who performed better. So none of this is a real science or anything, but in group 3, 12 would have been good for third place there. That would have been another pickup of 2 points. Uh, Group 2 would have been another tough one. 12 reps would have been at the bottom. Gav's out. So we've only got 2 points in Group 2 as well. So Group 2 and Group 5 you don't want to be in with. And then 12 points would have got him third, so it would have been another 4. So there's 3 groups. He could have gotten 2 more points in with that same performance. Just goes to show you never know what to expect. Those groups always throw wrenches into everything. That's one of the reasons I do those what if there were no groups videos. It's just fun to look at, fun to think about. It doesn't prove anything because, as I also talk about here, if there weren't any groups, we don't know how these guys would approach the competition. When they're in the groups, you don't know if people are giving their best performance or not. Maybe they're just doing enough to win, especially like the leaders. But I made this comment earlier. Yako got to go in the last heat there, so we can't say he only did 12 reps because he put up a good number and stopped. That's what you could do if you go first, thinking, "Hey, that's no one's going to beat that. That's a good mark. I'll save some energy." If you go last, you're not going to do that because you've already seen what everybody does, so you know what you got to do to win. You okay there, Tucker? You okay? Guys, my doggy just fell over. Be right back. I make sure my dog's okay. He seems fine. I guess Mr. Tucker is just plumb tuckered out. He just fell right over. It looked like something was wrong with him. He's fine. Well, thanks for joining me again. Boom shakalaka. Like I can't hear that phrase without thinking of NBA Jam from my teenage years. He's heating up. Boom shakalaka. He can't buy a bucket. That game was awesome. I don't even like basketball, and I love that game. I think I am going to be rude and eat on stream again because I'm hungry. So before the event gets started, I'm going to make myself some chicken and rice. Chicken and rice. Chicken and rice. Oh, man. While we're sitting here doing nothing, why don't you guys tell me some phrases or sayings or slogans that really get on your nerves? Stuff that is a pet peeve that has no reason to be a pet peeve. You know it's completely outlandish and stupid to be bothered by it, but you're bothered by it anyway. I have one ready to go. So I want to see if anyone volunteers something that bothers them real quick before I give you guys a chance to mock me and ridicule me for sharing mine. And yes, Mitchell Hooper is doing that very thing. I got a I got a rant about Mitchell Hooper that I'll go on in just a moment. All right, if no one's gonna play, I'll go ahead and talk about the slogan that I can't stand that absolutely used to irritate the crap out of me. Um, and it's so dumb. I know that there's no reason at all for it to bother me. I know that it's ridiculous. It doesn't stop me from being upset by it. I don't know if you guys remember. Some of you might not be old enough to remember, and maybe they had a different marketing slogan elsewhere in the world. Maybe it's only America where they did this. So, so you guys may not be able to relate to this, but at least in America, in the late '90s, early 2000s, the Dr. Pepper company really wanted to put some marketing power behind their diet product. And so they started making commercials and stuff that would say that Diet Dr. Pepper tastes more like Dr. Pepper. That was the entire slogan. Diet Dr. Pepper tastes more like Dr. Pepper. And that slogan made me so mad. I hated it because it's not a complete thought. If you're going to use more, you have to have a comparison operator to it. It has to be more than something. I knew what they meant. What they were trying to say was our diet product tastes more like our regular product than other people's diet products. But that's not what they said. It was just Diet Dr. Pepper tastes more like Dr. Pepper. And I wanted to be like, finish your thought. Tastes more like Dr. Pepper than what? Regular Dr. Pepper? I don't think so. Tastes more like Dr. Pepper than Pepsi does? One would hope so. Pepsi shouldn't taste like Dr. Pepper. It always bothered. It would make me so mad. People do that all the time, though. No offense, and then proceed to say something offensive. Um, I also say that I also warn people about what I call the comma but scenario. You know, we have a combined sentence, compound sentence. We have the little conjoined word there, but we have comma, but I warn people about this all the time because anytime you hear comma but, it means that they're getting ready to completely show that the first half of their sentence wasn't true at all. Like, I'm not racist, but okay, prepare yourself because you're about to hear exactly how and why this person is racist. They're about to tell you. I'm not sexist, but okay, strap yourself in because you're about to hear some sexism. I don't discriminate against these people, but okay, prepare yourself. Every time someone says comma but, you know they're getting ready to show, okay, here's my real thoughts. Ignore what I just said a second ago. Here's how I truly feel about the topic. What I said a minute ago didn't count. Um, Although, just to argue with you a little bit, to play devil's advocate, it's perfectly okay to say no offense. It's almost as good as saying with all due respect. And we learned in the Ballad of Ricky Bobby that you can say anything you want to someone when you say with all due respect. It's in the Geneva Convention. Look it up. Less than 20 minutes to go until I get to start complaining about the event being delayed. I think we're going to do a quick recap. Then I'm going to make myself a little bit of lunch. Then I'm going to come back and recap the event again so far. Look at and by recap, I really mean we're going to look at the event standings or the group standings so far. So we're going to do that now. I'm going to eat. We're going to do it again. And hopefully by that time, we'll get to see some people walking with cars. And by see people walking with cars, I mean we'll get to stare at the same spreadsheets that we always stare at, where we don't get to see anything at all, and get to pretend in our minds that we're watching people walk with cars. So, all right. Here's where we stand as of now. If you're a person who cares about Group 1, or you've got an athlete in this field, you should know that a Canadian is at the top of Group 1 right now. And that's Tristan Hoth. Then you have the spicy Stoltman Luke in second place, 2.5 points behind at 17.5. 2 points behind him is an Aussie, Eddie Williams. Big Tex Trey Williams, 1.5 behind him. And Kevin Ferris is 12.5 points. And the pole, Oscar Ziolkowski, Oscar is got 4.5. He's definitely eliminated. Truthfully, Kevin Ferris is eliminated too. He's 5 points behind Luke Stoltman. Again, mathematically, you could say that he could catch Luke for that second place position, but it requires him basically winning and then Luke not competing in the car walk. So, for all intents and purposes, Kevin Ferris is eliminated as well. You've got 4 guys left from Group 1 who are still competing, basically. And the group win is still obtainable. 2.5 points can definitely be made up in the car walk. So, um, yeah, there we go. Group 2. Mitchell Hooper has the most points out of any competitor right now, group wise. And if we were going heads up, he'd have the most points out of any competitor if there were no groups as well. Interestingly enough, even though he has the highest point total in groups and would have the highest point total if there were no groups, he still doesn't have a large lead in his own group because only 2 points behind is Andre Fautiu from the Czech Republic. He is being just about as impressive as Mitchell Hooper is on everything, and he bested Mitchell in the Viking press. So, he's kept pace with with Mitchell Hooper and just about everything up until now, and he's still building strength because he bested him in the last event. So, as impressive as Mitchell Hooper has been, and it's been very, very impressive, I think we do need to pause and give a little bit of credit to Andre. And then Austin Andrade has made a good showing of himself in his debut performance, The World's Strongest Man, as well. He's got 15 points, and in most groups, he would be in contention for that. He'd be in either first or second. He's done really well in the events. Um, so So after that, though, there's a big step down. Basically, Spencer Remick, Gav Bilton, Nicholas Canby, they're out of it. You got a 3-horse race for Group 2, and really you've really got Mitchell Hooper winning the thing more than likely. I can't see more than 3 people being between Mitchell and Andre in the car walk. If Mitchell doesn't win the car walk, I'll be surprised and shocked. If more than one if more than one person beats Mitchell in the car walk, you guys might see you guys might hear a licensed minister swear profanity live over and over and over because I'll just be super shocked. I won't know how to process the information. So what you really have in Group 2 is Mitchell Hooper moving on as the group winner, and then you're going to have Andre Fatu and Austin Andrade in a stone off. Group 3, this is as tight can get. In terms of a group lead, it doesn't get any tighter than this. Matthew Ragg, who I predicted would win Group 3, and I actually have on my podium, so it would be nice if he wins the group and goes in there looking impressive. Uh, he he technically gained ground on Adam Bishop and passed Adam Bishop in the standings by half a point, even though he only scored a third place victory in the Viking press in his group. But Adam Bishop did terrible in the Viking press. So that made Adam Bishop fall out of the top spot. And now he's in second place, a half a point behind Matthew Ragg. So they're at 19 and 18 and a half, respectively. Then there's a pretty good cushion for both of them over Ivars at 15 and Thomas Evans at 14. So Thomas Evans, he's still alive, and if he does better than Ivars in the car walk, he'll be in your stone off. Here's whether he beats Ivars in the car walk or not and has a chance for the stone off. I want to give the man a little bit of shine now for what he did in the Viking press, because if you look on your screen, you'll see that he did 17 reps, which was the best mark of the day. And so I do think we need to stop and give him his flowers. And then we have Rob Kearney in fourth. He's eliminated. Paul O'Dwyer in fifth, and Paul O'Dwyer in sixth. He's eliminated. So both Rob Kearney and Paul O'Dwyer, their world's strongest man is done, essentially. Group 4, Evan Singleton. Doesn't have the most points. He's got the second most points. He's got 22, just a half a point behind Mitchell Hooper. And if we were doing groups overall and not, or if we were doing everybody heads up and there were no groups, he would have the second highest point total, just behind Mitch. He would have actually picked up a couple positions on Mitch with that Viking press performance there. He'd still be trailing Mitchell Hooper, but he closed the gap over where they ended on day 1. And he has already sewn up a Group 4 victory. He cannot be caught. And after that, you have 4 different guys, Pavlo Kordiaka, Rauno Heinla, Marcus Crowder, and Kane Francis, who are all still in contention to be part of that stone off. So a lot to worth. This is the group to watch in the car walk, not to see who's winning. We already know who's won, but to see who has any shot at all of moving on, because virtually everyone except Evan Zana is still alive. And then in Group 5, your 2-time winner of the World's Strongest Man, Tom Stoltman, who has been on the podium 4 straight years. He's leading Group 5 with 21.5 points. He picked up a lot of ground on Jaakko Schoenwinkel in the Viking press. We just covered that ad nauseum a moment ago. And so he's got a 4.5 point lead over Jaakko right now, who has 17 points for second. And then he just has a teeny tiny lead over Wesley Derwinski, a half a point behind him in third place. But after those guys, there's some real separation. Goldtree goes back another 3 points, and then Ruskowski is back 2 more points behind him. And of course, we know Bobby Thompson had to withdraw. So basically, at this point, I feel like you've got Tom Stoltman, Jaco Schoonwinkel, and Wesley Derwinski who are still alive. Technically, Nathan Goltry is still alive, um, but I think it's very, very unlikely to go his way at this point. He basically needs to win the car walk, and then he basically needs reverse order in the thing. He needs Tom to do the worst, Jaco to do the second worst, and Wesley uh, to finish after that. Let's see here. If he does that, if Goltree gets 6, he'd have 19 and a half. That puts him, Schoonwinkle gets last place. That's fifth. That's 2. Yes, that's what he would need to do. He would need Schoonwinkle to finish last, which would be 2 points, not 1. And then Goltree would be a half a point ahead of him. And then everybody else would have to flip their order in the standings. It's very unlikely. It's super unlikely that it's going to go the exact way that Nathan Goltree needs it to go. So for all intents and purposes, he's done as well. You've got Tom Stoltman, Jaco Schoonwinkel, and Wesley Nerwinski still competing in Group 5. That's where we're at. I'm going to go to the microwave, get some chicken and rice, and I'll be back in a moment. We'll put the car walk graphic back up, and hopefully I'll make it back before that time. If not, I'm not going to fret too much because we know they're not going to get started on time, and there's not going to be results for a bit. I'm going to leave no stone unturned and eat two of these. So these are not exactly wonderful meals, but I like the broccoli and cheese ones. And then I like to take chicken chunks and put it in it. It's good for a quick little microwave meal. I guess I don't just add chicken to it. It comes with that powdered cheese crap. I add some real cheese. Mmm, microwave. Cooks evenly. All right. So I'm looking at group one. If Tristan finishes at least third, he wins the group. Third place here will give him 24. We'll give Luke Stoltman the win. Gives him 23 and a half. So if Tristan can get at least third place in the car walk, which seems doable. I don't know. Seems doable. If he can get at least third place in the car walk, though, Tristan will win Group 1. I almost said something kind of ridiculous, which would be amazing, would have also been true, except the thought came to my mind right before I said something stupid. I was actually thinking, crazy enough, there could be a world here where we see an all international final with not a single American in the final. But then I remembered Evan Singleton. So we're not going to see a final with not a single American in it. But he may be the only one. Do we actually have anyone here? I think next year we're gonna do the if there were no groups tracking live, like from the first event, we're gonna have like a little board that I'm gonna stick behind us and list the events, and then move them up and down the board based on first position through 30th for all of the events, so that we'll know exactly how the contest will be shaking up if it was heads up over like from the beginning. So I'll still make a post video like recap review for those who aren't on the live stream, but those of us who are on the stream will know exactly how it would be going in a heads up competition from the get go. Thought they'd have this event going right on time, as scheduled pretty quickly, because I thought they'd want to get to the stone off sooner rather than later. I guess I better clean up after myself. Doesn't look like I have anything to sit here for anyway. I feel like half a meter is not going to get it done. Like that's what Evan could do in his round to sort of like make it like a victory lap. Um, I don't think he will. Yeah, but that's something that Evan Singleton could do in his group, just sort of like to say, "See you guys in the finals." Uh, but I don't think that's going to get it done for Oscar. I think that was his way of saying, "I know I'm already out. I know I'm already eliminated. So why bother?" Which I get, but go throw out your best performance anyway. $12.91 for Kevin Ferris. For anyone wondering, the total length of your car walk is 20 meters, and it's right around 1,000 pounds. A 1,000 pound car, around 66 feet. To those of us Americans, they have a minute to do it. Results are coming in quicker now, finally. 14 meters for the Aussie, 16.77 meters for Trey Mitchell. And I'm inclined to believe personally that if Trey wasn't coming back from that injury, he was fully back, he would have completed the course. I'm gonna do a quick refresh just to see if the results were there but not showing. They were not. La 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 la. La 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 la. Camera, camera, camera. Camera, camera, camera. Hi, camera. Hi, camera. He's going 500 meters in a minute while carrying a 1,000-pound car. My advice is to give up strongman and go take up track. All right, here we go. So we had 3 fellas complete it. I read Eddie's as 14 meters earlier, so seconds. I don't know if they changed that. I read it wrong or what, but apparently Eddie Williams completed it. It's not the way I read it earlier. So They finish with Eddie winning the event in the fastest time of 14 seconds. Tristan getting a second place finish. Uh, and then you've got Luke in third place, 24-4. And then this really kind of sucks because you know they're going to do some kind of weird, stupid thing for the stone off. If you look at this, so to me, this is the exact reason we have a stone off. This is the exact, like I said, I don't like stone offs. I don't like this stuff. But if they're going to be used, they should be used for tiebreakers, which is exactly what we would have in the case of this. But personally, I believe that they should set Eddie and Luke to 0. Pretend neither of them have competed in anything, and they do the stone off. He who does the most lifts wins, or whatever the event is. Don't give someone an advantage. Don't say you've only got to equal them. They're tied. Treat them like they're tied. So Tristan wins Group 1. Eddie Williams and Luke Stoltman will compete in a stone off. And I'm sure they're going to come up with some kind of stupid way to do it that I don't approve of. But to me, this is exactly why we have stone offs, or I'm using stone offs here because I mean like tiebreaker events, extra events, bonus events. It's to separate two tied competitors. Don't look at, oh, well, Eddie did better in the car walk, so he gets an advantage. That's what they're going to do. Or Eddie has 2 event wins and Luke has none. I would argue, okay, that's true enough, but that also means that Luke has been the more consistent competitor. Yes, he doesn't have the event wins, but he still equaled in the point total, which means he's been more consistent throughout. So there's millions of ways of looking at it, but I think you just go out there and you say, we're going to pretend that this is a brand new day. You guys have done nothing the 2024 World's Strongest Man. Let he who picks up the last stone win. Yeah, just covered that. That's your that's what they're going to do. I don't think that's what they should do. Eddie has won 2 events, and not only that, he won the previous event. So he won the car walk. They're going to put him in second place and give him the advantage. Say all he has to do is match Luke. But I think that's stupid, and nobody will change my mind. 21 and a half points is 21 and a half points. So the reason they give the advantage to those who win is because they're rewarding group victories. I get it. But there's another argument, which I just made a minute ago. I guess you've stepped away or had me mute it, which is pretty easy to do and understandable because I'm not really worth listening to. But you can look at Eddie's and you can say, okay, he won the car walk. He won the Webster Stones. So he has 2 victories. Luke has never won anything in the qualifiers. So Eddie is the winner. But that's not the way that points work. They each have 21 and a half points. And I look at that and I go, yes, Eddie has 2 6-point finishes. So that's good. I'll give him his flowers, but I'm going to give him his flowers by applauding and saying congratulations. I'm not going to give him his flowers by giving him advantage going to the next event, because the other way to look at the argument is while Luke doesn't have any victories, he still got the same number of points that Eddie did. What does that tell us? That tells us he didn't have highs and lows. He was more consistent throughout, which means if you look at it from an overall standpoint, he was the more well-rounded strongman thus far. And I don't think we should discount that. I don't think we should toss that out and pretend that that's not important. It's super important. I don't think that they should treat Luke as the winner and give him an advantage. I don't think they should treat Eddie as the winner and give him an advantage. This is, as much as I don't like stone offs and tiebreakers, I said, this is the exact like situation and scenario where I am in favor of one when we actually have a tie. Not when it's close, but when we have a tie. That's precisely what we've got. So let's have them each pick up a stone, and he who dies first, you're the loser. No advantages to either one. Get it done. Heads up competition. And if they tie because they both pick it up 8 times and can't go 9, great. Let's do another event. If they both lift 8 of them and fail, I don't see how it's fair to tell Luke, go watch from home. Eddie, you're the winner. They had the same number of points. They tied before then. They tied again. You can say I should look at it that way, but I'm not going to look at it that way because I don't see it that way. And I think that's rubbish. If you want to treat it that way, then actually give them that. Make the win worth an extra half a point. Make a event win worth 6.5 points instead of 6. If you want to give them an extra little bit for doing it, fine, do it. But that scoreboard says what that scoreboard says. I don't agree. I don't agree. I just told you what I suggest. I just got done telling you what I suggest. I suggest we don't treat them like they're in second and third place. We treat them like they're both in second place because they are. That means a tie in the stone off is not a victory for someone. A tie in the stone off is a tie. That means grab another event. You keep going with different events until there is no tie. Once one of the 2 gentlemen bests the other at something, congratulations, they're the winner. But if we have 21 and a half points for guy A and 21 and a half points for guy B, and then we put them in a tiebreaker and they tie, I'm sorry, I'm not convinced that the guy who got a tie is actually your victorious winner. It's completely realistic. It's completely realistic. It's way more realistic, in my opinion, than labeling someone who got a tie a winner. There's no other time in the world where we say, "Oh, you got a draw? Congratulations, you win." That's not realistic. That's stupid. It's not difficult to have more than one event, stone off, to treat it as a sudden death situation. He who lifts it most wins. To me, that sounds logical. And if they lift it the same number of times, there's nothing stopping you from having another event. Grab a deadlift bar. He who lifts the heaviest deadlift win. Get underneath something and press something overhead. He who lifts the heaviest weight win. There's going to be something there to distinguish one competitor from the other. To me, it sounds like that's just biased confirmation. It sounds to me like you've got a thought in your mind and you're not going to hear anything different. But I think that's ridiculous, and no one's going to change my mind. That is the way the stone wolf works. That is the way the stone wolf works. I don't think it should work that way. That is the way it works. And if you're defending it working that way, then in my opinion, you can't be someone later who comes back and badmouths a stone off, which most all of us have done. If you're supporting it and defending it the way that Banana Hammock is right now, then don't say anything bad about a stone off again, because it sounds to me like you do support the concept. Yes, a tie should be treated as a win. Get out of here with that. Ties shouldn't count as wins. Your question is kind of weird. How do I feel about that? If you've been listening to anything I've said in the last few minutes, you should know how I feel about it. My views are consistent, and they have nothing to do with who wins or who loses or what happened in this event or what happened in that event. I don't think it's more impressive. I think wins are impressive, but I don't think it's more impressive to be up and down. Here's an event where you did great in. Here's an event you sucked in. Here's an event you did great in. Here's an event you sucked in. Here's an event you did great in. Here's an event you sucked in, and to be second throughout. Maybe you say that the first guy is more impressive. I'm not required to agree with you, and I don't. But not only that, if you want to give extra points for victory, I didn't say you couldn't. I didn't say don't do it. I simply said change the rules. Don't say a victory is worth 6 points if you're going to count it as more than 6 points, which is what you just essentially said. Let's look at it as giving them a bonus, a half a point for a victory. Well, let's not look at it that way, because that's not what the score total says. But if we're going to do that, fine. Give them 6.5 points for a win. Give them a full point for a win. Make it 7 points for a win and 5 points for second. I'll shut my mouth. But until we actually start tallying the scores that way, when I look at a score and I see this guy has 18 points and this guy has 18 points, what I learned in math in school says that those numbers are equal. And I'm not going to look at one 18 and say it's worth more than someone else's 18. And good luck going to the store and trying to buy something that cost $19 when you have $18, but you go, yeah, but I did really well at work yesterday, so my 18's worth a little bit more. No, it's 18. There's nothing wrong with having 2 silver medals. The Olympics work that way all the time. First of all, I didn't say that. I didn't say that there should be. But to counter your opinion, to engage in this debate, there's nothing wrong with 2 silver medals. That happens all the time in the Olympics. Three guys are the whole field is sprinting. 8 guys are sprinting down their 100 meters. One guy has the best time. 2 other guys have the second best time. They don't give a bronze medal. There is no bronze medal. You have a gold medal and 2 silver medalists because the top 3 positions are accounted for. They do that in all kinds of competitions other than strongman. But if you don't want 2 people tied at the end, fine. I already told you what to do about it. Have more than one backup event. You act like that's inconceivable, but I don't know why. Why couldn't you say, okay, here are the 8 events that our men are going to compete in. And if there's a draw at the end of the day, here's the ninth event that they're going to square off in. And if they're still tied, here's the 10th event that they're going to square off in. And my goodness, boggle the mind. If they're still tied after 10, here's the 11th event that they're going to. There's nothing stopping you from organizing an event and having stuff to separate the wheat from the chaff. There's nothing stopping that at all. So apparently, Nick Camby finished the car walk, and he did it in 35.69 seconds. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, now, better question. Do I care if anyone agrees with me? Absolutely not. I believe that my views are consistent, they're logical, and they are my own. But if everyone agrees with me, yay. If no one agrees with me, I still feel the exact same way. Now, as far as not handling the stone offs or tiebreakers that way, um, let me also say that I don't see a world in which Mitchell Hooper does not win this event. He's winning the car walk. Another result. We need another result right now. I think it's easy to understand why people want to favor victories. You don't have to think about it. It's easy to see that. They won. But again, I think that there is a real argument. You can dismiss it, that doesn't make any sense, but it does make sense. There is a real argument to be made for consistency. And that's why I said, hey, don't give them a fake half point win. Give them a real half a point if you want to reward them for winning, do it. Give them an extra half a point or give them an extra 1 point. But I'm going to submit to you this. If you win something and you get a bonus point for it, so you get 7 points, and I don't have any wins in my thing, and at the end of the day, we're still tied, I feel like I'm the stronger man overall than you are because I equaled your point total while being disadvantaged a point. You got a bonus point. I managed to keep pace with you in spite of having a stellar, standout, shining event. Yep, maybe you prove that you're the better Viking presser. Maybe you prove that you're the better deadlifter. But we're not there to see who is the best at any given event. We're there to see who is the strongest man. And that means total volume. That means overall. At least it does to me. You're not required to agree, but that's what it means to me. So far, everyone in Group 2 is completing the car walk. We have a time of 24:13 for Austin Andrade, and we have a time of 20.87 for Spencer Remick. Just checking my math here. Okay, 14:06 and then 23. So 23. So Spencer Remick's time would be good for the second best time overall so far. But it's good enough for first in his event so far. But now Mr. Mitchell Hooper gets up there, and it seems to me like he can run just about as fast with 1,000 pounds on his back and shoulders as he can with no weight on his back and shoulders. Seems like he moves the same pace regardless. Um, so Spencer Remick, 20.87. Nice result. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to stand. And I hope I didn't just jinx Mitchell. And now he gets out there and we have a 1980s event where his leg folds in half, goes the wrong way. Um, yeah, I hope I didn't jinx Mitchell. Stay safe, Mitchell Hooper. Stay safe. I'm missing calls. I'm missing calls. That's the supposed to be what the I agree with you, Boomshot Glocka. That's supposed to be what it is. It's supposed to be a tiebreaker, which is why I laugh at the concept of a stone off when someone ties, they win. You don't if you're gonna treat it that way, then you don't even need to use the stone off. Just get rid of it. Just get rid of it. This guy won an event, this guy didn't. He's your winner. You don't need a stone off to give him that advantage, to give him that credit. Why make them both go out there and compete and be more tired for the finals? You had 20 points, you had 20 points. You had a win, you didn't have a win. You're the winner, you go on, you go home. And now he can be just as fresh as the everyone else competing in the final so that it's heads up and it's fair. Why are you going to make them both struggle and sweat against one another? And then when they get a tie, you look at the guy after they both just tied and go, well, even though you tied originally and you tied again, we all know what that means. One of you is clearly better than the other one. That's what ties mean. No, it doesn't make any sense. If you go with a one rep, if you go with a one rep lift like that, it doesn't have to be someone going first. You treat it like it's a max. Like you say a deadlift, overhead press, whatever you want. They can try to match each other, or they can keep jumping weights. I'll deadlift 800. You do 800. Now we go to 805. I do 805. You did 805. Now we do 810. I do 810. You failed. I win. You did 810. Okay, we go to 815. I failed. You don't win. Go pick up the 815. Oh, you picked up the 815? You're the winner. I'm the loser. I know. You and the banana hammock are on the same side of this. Winning a competition should be considered an achievement. I didn't say it shouldn't. I personally do think that you guys are dismissing consistency, especially in a competition that's supposed to show who's the best overall, not the best at something. We are rewarding winners. That's why they have points. That's why we look at the point total, not the points from an event. We are rewarding winners with those points. But if you think that a win should count for more, I told you exactly what to do about it. Put more points on the board. I've yet to hear you guys argue why that's not a good solution. You're telling me I'm wrong, but no one's telling me why that's not a good solution. You said pretend and act like you get an extra half a point. Why? Let's not pretend or act like. If you're going to reward them and give them an extra half a point or an extra point, put it on the total. Give it to them. I didn't say you couldn't. Do I personally like it? No. But I'll let you do it. And then at least as a competitor, I know what mark I'm shooting for. I literally know what I have to beat instead of some made up mind world where we're saying, oh, they got 20 points, but really it's 20 and an asterisk. It's 20 plus something. My views have nothing to do with any competitor or anyone that's out there. I don't look at wins as being worth more than being consistent. I don't. You can say I'm wrong, I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and I'll go, okay, cool. We don't have to think alike. But I will submit to you that if you think that the win should be worth more, treat it as such. Not made up, not off the table, not when there's a tie, go, we have, I know you tied, but really, did you? Don't do that. If you want to say it's worth more, do exactly what I said. Make it worth more. You won the group event, you won the Webster Stones, you don't get 6 points, you get 7, and second place gets 5. You won the deadlift ladder, you get 7 points, and second place gets 5. Everybody below that, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go ahead and give the winner an extra point. And then it will show up on the board. It will show in the total point standings right here, and everyone will know what mark they're shooting for. And you won't have to wonder how to handle stone offs, and you won't have to wonder how to handle tiebreakers or anything like that. It will be accounted for, and you can't say you didn't get credit for winning because you did get credit for winning. They gave you an extra point. I guess the algorithm doesn't like your last comment, boom shakalaka, because it's set to top chat, I believe. Mine says live chat, so it shows it there, but the top chat in the actual stream doesn't show it. So anyway, all right. So it appears that Mitchell Hooper and Andre Fatu. I'm kind of disappointed by this. I'm kind of disappointed by this. This is the smart thing to do. I get why they did it. Um, but I don't really like this. I'm kind of this goes to what I was talking about with it the thing about Evan earlier. He's already got it clinched. And I totally get why Mitchell Hooper went out there, picked the car up basically, and sat it down. I get totally why he did that. I'm I can applaud it for being a smart, intelligent thing to do. And I do. Congratulations, Mitchell Hooper. That was the smart, wise thing to do from a competition standpoint. As a spectator, I'm not required to like it, and I don't like it. And in this case, I really don't like it because I believe the car walk is, again, one of those events that should be your specialty. It's one of those events where the crowd who came to watch you and support you, and those of us who came to support the spreadsheet and can't see you, but the people who were there, they're there to watch you run with that car on your back. That's probably why they paid their money. And you seem to be a showman sometimes. I've seen you on the stage at Arnold's and some of these other events when you've already got it sewn up, and you still get the crowd pumped up and go out there and give your best effort, your best performance because you want to impress them. Yeah, you need to save up energy. Yes, the weekend is long and coming. I get it. I'm not knocking you. It's the smart thing to do. I'm not arguing against it. Banana Hammock's probably going to misinterpret me and stick something in the comments saying, well, he did it because I know why he did it, but I don't have to like it. And I feel Hooper just robbed us a little bit of a moment. I know why he did what he did, and it was smart. But I feel like he just robbed us of watching him do something amazing. I wanted to see him fly down that course and make Eddie Williams' amazing time of 14 seconds look pedestrian and silly because I believe Mitchell Hooper is capable of doing that. But as it is, because Andre Fatu and Mitchell Hooper both decided, hey, we'll take a victory lap, which little bit surprised that Andre did that. I guess. I mean, I guess if he knew he had second place sewed up, it's the same thing. But he could have went after it and then tried to steal first place. I'm guessing they had a gentleman's agreement to prevent Andre from doing that. I'm guessing Mitchell and him agreed beforehand. Let's go out there and just set it down. Because if I'm Andre and I see Mitchell set that thing down 3 meters, if I'm him, I'm taking off like a bat out of hell and sprinting down there and trying to pick up some ground on him. But anyway, your stone off will be between Andre Fatu and Austin Andrade, exactly as I predicted a couple hours ago. Overall total for Group 2 looks a lot like that. Mitchell Hooper wins it with 25 and a half, and then we'll see who moves on. You're saying they didn't do as well, but the points literally disagree with you. You can say whatever their point total is and then go on with something, but that's what they're playing for. That's actually how they're scoring the game. So you can say they didn't do as well, but they did. And here's how I think that rewarding. I've got no problem with rewarding victories worth more. I said I don't view it that way, but if you want to do it, I have no problems with that. But if you do that and you say victory gets you 7 points, and second place gets you 5, third gets you, so it's only everyone else only loses 1 point, but a victory gets you a bonus point. If you want to say you do that, if at the end of the day you have 3 victories, 3 event victories, that means you've picked up 3 bonus points over me. And at the end of the day, you and I wind up tied. If you're going to go tell people that you're better than me, I don't think you're better than me. I think you're better than me at three things. And I guess you're a lot better than me at those three things. But if we look at our overall scope of work, I believe I'm the better athlete because I didn't need those bonus points to equal what you did. It sounds to me like you've got some strengths and some weaknesses. You've got some things that you do great, and you've got some things that you suck at. Whereas I'm pretty damn good at everything. If we think about it like it's baseball, one's a five-tool player and one guy's a home run hitter. One guy's a five-tool player and one guy's a base stealer. There's nothing wrong with being a home run hitter or a baseball or a base stealer. I want him on my team. Come play for me. But I want the five-tool player. Maybe he doesn't hit you 40 home runs. Maybe he only hits you 30. But in addition to hitting you 30 home runs, he plays solid defense and can swipe some bases. The other guy's a liability in the field and runs about like I walk. I like guy two. I am going to give you credit, even if I disagree with your analog and your opinion, David Derpa, or Depa. I said Derpa. My apologies. I am going to give you credit. Because even if we don't have the same opinion, you did type THEIR, which is the correct form of there. And so I'm impressed by that. And I'm going to reward you a victory and a bonus point. So if our debate was a tie, which I'm sure you guys don't think it was, because I think you guys probably believe you schooled me, and I probably have the other opinion. But if there was a tie, I'm going to say that I got 5 points and you got 6 points. Your tie was worth more than my tie because you used there correctly, and I'm proud of that. You actually used the correct form of there twice in that one thing, which was pretty impressive. Most people wouldn't do that. I guess while we're waiting, I'll rewind here and talk about this whole 2 meters and 3 meters things again. So it was actually posed before. Someone asked earlier, I don't remember who it was, if Andrade could beat Fudge 2 in a stone off. And I said, possible. We don't have a sample size enough to know how these guys are really going to do or who reigns supreme over the others in that. But like I've said consistently over and over and over, I just don't think there's a whole lot of guys that can win from that third place position. Since to be third, to win, you actually have to win. From third, all you have to do is tie to win. I hate it. But apparently Andre feels pretty comfortable that he can at least equal Andrade. Because if he wasn't confident that he could equal him, we probably would have saw him complete the course, or at least try to go further than 2 meters. So he must feel pretty comfortable and confident that Andrade is not going to pick up that stone more times than he is. Hmm. I am totally interested in Group 3. I am very, very interested in this group and how they're going to approach it. I don't, Matthew Ragg, he's in the lead, but it's a half a point. So it's basically nothing there. He's not going to phone this in. He needs to put distance between him and Adam Bishop. So he needs to give his best performance. On the flip side, Adam Bishop, he needs to play catch up. He needs to give his best performance. That's probably what would have happened, what you're suggesting there. But I doubt that that's what was told, even though I know you're speaking facetiously here. Um, it doesn't sound in character for Mitchell to do that. But also, all of these guys have a bit of ego. Have a bit of an ego. Again, you can't compete at the highest level unless you've got one. As a competitor, if some guy comes to me and lays the gauntlet down like that and phrases it, "Hey, we can either do this or you can get your butt kicked," essentially. Now I might have, if it was a chess match, I might, if he offered his hand, I might have reached across and shook it and said, "Okay, I accept the draw." But if he tells me that he's doing it to show mercy to me, because if I don't accept the offer, he's gonna have to put the smackdown on me. Well, now I'm gonna be stubborn. Now I'm gonna say, okay, put the smackdown on me. Ain't no way in earth you're getting me to agree. And that's how most competitors are. They'll make a gentleman's agreement to tie. But if you try to trash talk while offering a tie, put your dukes up. We're going to the OK Corral. It's time for a shootout. So, Rob Kearney has had a terrible World's Strongest Man so far, way underperforming what I expected him to do. Knew that he was going to be good at the car walk, but at this point, wasn't sure what he would do because he's essentially done nothing well. He finally did something for Rob Kearney that's good. He's got the fastest time of the day so far of 12 seconds. I don't know that it will stay the fastest time. I don't know that it won't be bested. There are a couple guys that I think can do that, but that is a phenomenal time. And kudos to Rob Kearney for knowing that he's been eliminated. He's got no hope. He's got no chance, but still fighting to the bitter end. So kudos to him for that, I guess. Where on earth? Hi, David Wilson. Oh, well, we're pretty close to seeing who goes through. I mean, we've already seen um, who goes through somewhat. So we know who the winners are of groups 1 and 2. So right now in the finals, you have 2 Canadians. Tristan won Group 1. Mitchell Hooper won Group 2. So right now we can safely say that there are 2 Canadians in the final. We're waiting to find out everything else. Did I refresh the page? I don't know if there's any more results or not. Nope. Waiting is the hardest part, especially when there's nothing for us to fight or argue about. So I want someone to say something else and get me to get going. Make me say something. Get me engaged and worked up. I'm gonna need more water in a moment. Got the stupid circle bottle. I don't have a flavor container in here, so it's just regular water. So why I'm drinking out of this and not just a regular thing, I have no idea. All right, some results. Thomas Evans completes the course with not a moment to spare. 55.58 seconds out of a 60-second max. So he completes the course. But it wasn't easy. And Ivars gets 17 seconds. That's a good time. So basically, Thomas, I'm sure he gave it all he could. Because if he was going to find himself in the stone off, what he definitely had to do was beat Ivars. If Thomas Evans had any chance at all of competing this weekend, he had, didn't matter what else happened, he had to beat Ivars. He had one guy to worry about and one guy only. And Ivars smoked him. So we know who's going to be in our stone off for sure. Now we just have to see who he's competing against. Will Ivars be competing against Matthew Ragg or Adam Bishop? My suspicion is he'll be competing against Adam Bishop. But we shall see. Here come the results. Here come the results. Hi ho the Dario. Here come the results. The other thing, not only do I feel like Mitchell robbed us of a moment by not competing, the other thing he did is he really threw a wrench. Andre Fachu as well. They really threw a wrench in this whole "what if there were no groups" thing that I'm going to be doing for day 2. Because now, obviously, Mitchell is getting. I can't count the stone off in the "what if there were no groups" for obvious reason. So, what if there were no groups is only going to count the Viking press and the car walk. But now it's going to be horribly skewed. Because Mitchell Hooper is going to get like 4 points or something like that. 4, 5, 6 points. Basically nothing. in the car walk, an event that he probably could have got 30 and should have gotten 30 in, thereby increasing his dominance over the field. But now when I do my video later, my video is going to look stupid and really tell a completely different story because Mitchell just surrendered a whole bunch of points for my little mythical fake fantasy world. If I do that, really, I'm just adding the Viking press to yesterday, which I guess we could do. But I mean, essentially, that's what that would be because there's only one event. But without the Viking press, it's or without the car walk, it's just add the Viking press to day one. Oh my goodness. I think Rag. I think Rag does the. I think Rag beats Bishop in the car walk, which either of these guys, that's what they got to do. They got to beat the other guy to win the group. But I have a feeling that Matthew Rag will beat Adam Bishop here. The question is, does Adam Bishop lose any points? Because there's some pretty fast times out there at 12 and 17 seconds. Can he fall out of that second place position? If he does, and he's in third place position, Adam Bishop is definitely not winning a stone off in third place position. He's one of the guys who could lose a stone off in second place position. So if he surrenders that second place spot, he's toast. He really wants to beat Matthew Rag here because he's not a really good stone lifter. So if he can avoid the stone off altogether and win the heat, that's what Adam Bishop wants to do. It's probably what he needs to do. But if he loses any ground at all and he falls back to third, not good for Adam Bishop. This is a big event. This car walk in Group 3, this is really important. There's a lot of implications here. There are implications about not only who goes to the finals, but I believe there are implications as to who makes the podium. And then we see, yes, I wasn't sure. I didn't think that Bishop would actually be able to complete the course, but I didn't want to jinx the man. That's exactly what he needed to not have happen. But look, he has a half a point over Ivar, so he still gets that second place position. He couldn't have cut it any closer. My goodness. I guess he couldn't have did any worse, really. I guess he couldn't have did any worse. He was going to hold that second spot. I didn't. But if Math, I was going to say if Matthew finished slower than Ivar's, he would have. Adam could have taken, but that's not true because Matthew did finish slower than Ivar's. So when we look at it, it's pretty interesting. Rob Kearney wins the event, getting 6 points. Ivar's gets 5. That puts him up there. So he's going for the stone off now. Matthew Rag gets a third place finish, thereby locking up a group win for him. And everyone else is gone. When we look at the total points, we see Matthew Rag advances. My podium predictions are still alive. and Adam Bishop and Ivar's in a stone off. Adam Bishop keeps that second place position that he needed. I think he'll probably be okay. I think he'll probably be okay from the second position. But I'm not, I'm using the word think. I'm not using the word I know. I just don't think that Adam is that great of a stone lifter. So, um, yeah, he wanted to win his group. Adam Bishop wanted to win his group for sure. Um, he has given himself an uphill battle to say the least. And I'll go another one. I'll go another one. I was asked earlier if Adam Bishop is still a contender and still does he still have hope alive for podium. I didn't pick him up there. But I thought if he made it to the finals, he had an okay shot. It's a matter of making it there. But that also assumed his great first day was going to carry itself over into today, which I thought he had worse events on day two than he had on day one. Clearly, that's the case. But it implied him being able to stay on top of Matthew Ragg, basically to avoid the stone off. Now, what I am telling the person who asked earlier if they're still here is Adam Bishop still a contender? Can he still make the podium? Now I'm saying no way. No way. Even if he competes this weekend, he needed to be fully rested, fully restored, good to go this weekend. Now to have to add a stone off to the wear and tear that he's already taken, no. Adam Bishop is definitely no longer a contender in the 2024 World's Strongest Man, in my opinion. We're getting close to find out who gets to play the game on Saturday and Sunday. Two more groups to go, and then nothing left but the event I detest. 18.36 seconds for Evans. Nah, nah. 22.23 seconds for Marcus Crowder. So I think Rano's in trouble. I don't think that Rano can complete the course in less than 22 seconds. I don't think so. The old guy's pretty big and strong. He can probably muscle across the finish line, aka Thomas Evans style, getting it underdone in 60 seconds. I don't think he can do it faster than 22 seconds, which means I think he loses ground to Marcus Crowder, and if so, he wouldn't be in the stone off anymore. There won't be a stone off until we finish the car walk, so no. Boom, 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 boom. Now watch Roundup go out there and absolutely smoke this thing and finish in like 21 seconds, making me look like an absolute idiot. Um, yeah, but I think 22 seconds from Matthew Crowder. I believe what he just did was eliminated Rauno from competing this weekend. I think that's what just happened. Oh man. Man, they're really coming slow with these guys. Waiting. We are in the middle of some additional waiting. If I look bored, it's probably because I am. Probably. There we go. Okay. So Marcus Crowder did not just eliminate Rauno from this weekend. Rauno just eliminated Rauno from this weekend, only managing to move 8 meters. Rauno's gone. 23 seconds for Francis. Now he had to be shooting for as quick as he could because he knew that he and Crowder were tied up. So whichever of those two did better here was more than likely heading to the stone off. We now know by less than a second and a half that will be Marcus Crowder. Now, I guess it's possible if Pavlo Kordiaka gets up there and goes less than 8 meters, 8.75 meters, maybe Francis and Crowder could both get in there. Let's play with the math here. Let's see. There's 2.5 points between Pavlo and Francis and Crowder at this time. That's 3 positions. So if Crowder finished second, because that's the best he could get with Evans Nana getting 18.36, that would give him 5 points. If Pavlo finished fifth or sixth, that would be enough. So yeah, it's possible at this point that both Francis and Crowder could be competing in the stone off, but that requires that both Evan Singleton and Pavlo do worse than Rauno's 8 meters. That's not happening. Neither one of them are going to do worse than that. But if they both did worse than that, and Evan might do it because he might again do a victory lap. Hey, I'm not competing. Or, hey, I'm picking it up and getting 1 point and setting it down. Um, if that happens, and if Pavlo does terrible, I, this this leaderboard could see a lot of shaking for Group 4, but more than likely, you're going to see Pavlo Kordiaka, I believe, versus Marcus Crowder in a stone off. I wouldn't have to keep hemming and hawing and predicting and trying to talk about all these different scenarios that could be, would be, whatever, if they would just give us some freaking results. But until then, I guess we get to play the whole what if game. I think it's kind of cool that this is here. Maybe I'll put it in the middle of the chat, like down here or something. I don't know. I guess that's kind of cool or kind of lame. One of the two. What are you doing? Come here, big guy. Caesar, come here. Come here. Come here. Caesar, come here. Get up here. Come on, big guy. Yes. Love you. You lay down? You lay down there? Lay down. Lay down, Caesar. Be a good boy. He's a big boy. He's the gentlest animal that I have. Probably the wimpiest animal that I have. Huge. But everyone in the house bosses him around. He just takes it. All right. Finally. So Evan Singleton did not show that fire that I thought he would. Smart for Evan. I still don't like it, but I respect Evan for doing it just for many reasons. A, it's the intelligent thing. It's usually his mind that gets him in trouble. Uh, Two, he didn't get in his own way. So um, props to, I guess, Evan for doing that. It's not what I would have preferred to see. But he gets a 0 there since he didn't even pick it up. He could have got 1 point if he picked it up and set it down. He didn't need to do that, right? Um, so what that means is Evans Nana wins. Marcus Crowder gets second. Francis gets third. Pavlo fourth. And that means Pavlo, by the narrowest of margins, keeps that second place. And it is exactly as I predicted. Kordiaka versus Marcus Crowder into the stone off. And Rauno went from in that first or second position for the first day and a half, basically, to joining Evans Nana in the cellar. So we'll highlight the Laws and Liz predictions again. So I thought out of Group 4, we would probably see Evan Singleton and Pavlo Kordiaka moving on. But I thought that Rauno Heinla did have the ability to get there, and then he was looking so good, it seemed believable. But the Laws and Liz predictions were basically that Evan Singleton was going on, and then that it would either be Rauno Heinla or Pavlo Kordiak or Rauno Heinla or Evans Nana. Liz said Rauno Heinla was going to win because of her bias and her affinity and affection for Rauno. Laws said that Evans Nana would be moving on into the final because Homer pick again, he helps with his training. So the two picks for Laws and Liz moving out of Group 4, that ain't happening because they both finished the worst of their group. They tied for last in Group 4. So, I'm kind of I don't really root for anyone, to be honest. I just root for good competition. But I am kind of glad that Rauno didn't finish, I guess, in I guess if he finished third and he wins it outright, it's impressive to see. Um, I guess that would have been my preference. If Rauno was going to make it, I'd rather see him win the group outright, so he's earned his position, or to do it for the third, because I would hate for him to do what he did to Brian Shaw last year and just make that second place guy work and work and work and work until the point that they're useless in the final. Um, if the third place guy wants to put that work in to try to earn it there and be spent and worthless, more power to him for having that kind of work ethic. But that's probably what would have happened. Is from the third place position, he would have beat most of these guys, and they're in the second place position, and they would have just lost out. So, but now it's going to be Kordiaka versus Crowder to see who moves on to get to play extra baseball this weekend. Bonus baseball, extra innings coming your way. This is one of those events where narrow Pavlo, right? Uh, Different than wide Pavlo. He's got the speed to make that car move, but he doesn't really have the bulk to pack it the way that he needs to. We saw with the deadlift how he suffers there and some of the other events. He doesn't really have that static strength that a lot of these guys have, especially in the lower half. So, in the upper body movements like pressing stuff, he's a pretty good presser. But in the lower half, he doesn't really have that static strength. And I think the car walk is kind of one of those where you need both good lower static strength. You need to have the mass and the power to lift the heavy weights, and then you need to have the athleticism to carry it. And I guess he was lacking the ability to pick it up and move it with ease, but he did what he needed to do. He stays on top in the second place. So if Crowder wants to go this weekend, he's going to have to best Pavlo and the Stones. and we have one event to go, plus the stone offs. We have one event to go to determine who's going to the stone offs. And that is Group 5 Car Walk. This is what it all comes down to. It all comes down to this. This is for the whole kit and oh, okay, I'm not gonna quote any movies. Forget it. I think what I need to do is get a refill and tinkle. So I'm going to take care of both of those. I'll probably tinkle first and then get the refill, but not necessarily in that order. Let's bring the camera along and find out. Looks like I missed some stuff already. Wow. Okay. So we have some results. Laskowski go ahead and finish in 22.43 on the car walk. Decided to try one of those flavor containers. Not sold on it. All right, some more results. Nathan Goldtree, 36.98. That's not going to get it done. The other Canadian, Wesley Derwinski, 22.59. Just a hair slower than the pole, Adam Brzezowski. Ruskowski. Gee whiz. Adam Ruskowski. I believe he won. I believe Derwinski probably would have wanted to beat Ruskowski to give him another point to allow him to get up there and have a good chance to overtake Schoonwinkel. Every point is precious when you're right there on the bubble in that third place position, and you're only a half a point behind number two. Now, it still kind of puts the same kind of thing here. Yako needs to beat 22.59 in order to be in second place. But even if he fails to do that, he's not going to fall back below third place. Considering that considering there's no 1 point finisher, Bobby Thompson, and the lowest place finisher right now, who's out of contention, Ruskowski, has put up the best time so far. Schoonwinkel is pretty dang safe to at least be doing the stone off, but he'll want to and need to beat Derwinski to keep the second place position. If he's slower than Derwinski, they'll switch places. Derwinski will climb to 2. Schoonwinkel will fall back to third. So we've got some recapping to do when this is over. We'll recap the event. We'll recap the group winners, and then we'll recap who will be battling who in the stone offs, and who will be in second and who will be in third place in those stone offs. As we recap the stone off rules the same way we do every year because it confuses most people. Come on, people. Come on, people. There we go. Finally. Okay, so Tom decides I'll play it smart like all the other group leaders, basically. I got this thing locked up. I'll do just enough to secure my spot and call it quits. So he takes himself a victory lap, settles for last place, gets the 2 points. Ruskowski's 22-4-3 going first as the low guy in the totem pole was enough to maintain that position and hold that lead. Derwinski, his time right behind that was uh, basically good enough for second. Schoonwinkel picked up a third place finish for 28-41, and Goldtree with 3. So, what this meant was when I was talking about the placement of Derwinski and Schoonwinkel possibly switching places depending upon how they finished here, it's exactly how it panned out. Now Tom Stoltman moves on. Derwinski and Schoonwinkel will be competing against one another in the stone off, but now Derwinski has the benefit of being in second place. And all he has to do is match whatever Schoonwinkel can do. So we already have 2 Canadians moving on into the final because they won their groups. We might have a 3 Canadian finalist. A 3 Canadian finalists. You got 3 Canadians competing. They might all be there this weekend. And as of right now, I lean that direction because I always, almost, with very few exceptions, I almost always lean towards the person who's in the second place position. So we'll go back and recap and review the car walk for all 5 groups. When we're done with that, we'll take a look at who the group winners are moving on, and then we'll do some down and dirty discussions on who's battling who in the stone offs. All right. Group 5 or Event 5 recap, the car walk. Group 1 was all about Eddie Williams. I believe the second fast time overall. The second fastest time overall, 14 seconds. Canadian Tristan goes ahead and pulls him up with second place, 5 points. Spicy Luke gets a third place finish for 4 points. Big Tex 3, Kevin Ferris 2, and then the pole, Zulkowski grabs himself a single point, which I believe that's all he did. Basically, he finished last in every event. He tied for last once. So, yeah. The worst point total he could have had was 5. He managed 5.5. Group 2, car walk. This was a win for Spencer Remick, then Austin Andrade, then Nick Camby, then Mitchell Hooper, because it's all he had to do. Andre Fatu, because it's all he had to do. So these guys just phoned it in. They both decided, hey, Mitchell said, hey, I'm going back to the hotel. And Andre said, I'm going to go rest up so that I got a lot of strength through the stone off. Group 3, car walk. This was a win for Rob Kearney. First event that he's looked good in. And he did get the fastest time out of anybody on the car walk. Now, he probably would not have gotten the fastest time out of anybody had Mitchell Hooper bothered to compete. And Evan probably could have beaten that too, although that's not a guarantee. 12 seconds is a fantastic, phenomenal, great time. Let's not pretend otherwise. That's a great, great time. But there are a couple guys capable of taking that down. But as it stands, best time of the day for Rob Kearney there. Ivar's with a very, very, very good time of 17 seconds himself for second. And even Matthew Ragg, one of the few times under 20 seconds, and this heat happened to have 3 of them. And Thomas Evans completed the course, but he took every last second of the minute allowed basically to do it. And then Adam Bishop only went 15.2 feet. Or 15.2 meters, my bad. Sorry, American. American. Group 4. This car walk was about Evan Nana. Then it was Marcus Crowder, Kane Francis, Narrow Pavlo, or Handsome Pavlo, whatever you want to call him. Not the wide boy. Uh, Rauno, Evan said, forget it. I ain't bothering it. T Rex is going to go back, take a nap, worry about my prey this weekend. Group 5, another pole. Adam Skowski, he'll take the win here. Derwinski, the Canadian, tried very, very, very hard to take him down. Came up just short. 1600ths of a second separating these guys. Jakob Schoonwinkel, he'll pick up a third place finish at 28.4. Then you got Nathan Goldtree in fourth, and Tom Stoltman does what the group winners seem to have universally agreed to do this year, and said, hey, we'll play it smart. We earned the right to do this. We earned the right to take it easy. If you guys don't like that, you should have made us work harder in the previous events. I'm not doing crap. And he took his 2 points and decided probably to go eat a bunch of food. So when we look at things, we're going to look at the group winners, those who have advanced outright now. We'll go through those, give the group winners their flowers, give them their accolades, sing their praises. And then after that, we'll talk about who's going to be squaring off against them potentially this weekend as we look at the stone off participants. But first, it's all about group winners time. So group 1, we have our first Canadian, Tristan Hoth. He'll be competing this weekend as he is your group 1 winner. And he looked phenomenal over the last couple days. He started out with a 4th place finish in the Webster Stones. And then after that, it was nothing but 1st or 2nd place finishes for him. In group 2, not really a whole lot to talk about here unless we just want to make a Mitchell Hooper praise video. Mitchell Hooper wins group 2 outright, and basically it was share of a win, so a first place finish, got tied, but a first place finish, then a first place finish, then a first place finish, then a second place finish, and then the last time he was just like, let's just go ahead and hand me a couple points, please. So he'll be moving on. And he is the defending champion. He was my pick, and probably the vast majority of people's pick going into this week for who would win the 2024 World's Strongest Man. I'm not a gambler, so I don't know what the betting line was on Mitchell Hooper, but I feel like it's pretty safe to say that betting on him got you your smallest profit. I'm assuming that betting on a Mitchell Hooper win did not have a tremendous payout. It's expected that he was going to do well and probably win, and he's on pace to do what everyone expected him to do. Group 3, Matthew Ragg, I predicted would be the Group 3 winner. He's moving on. Matthew Ragg, I predicted would be on my podium, but when all was said and done, he has not looked as good as I thought he was going to, if I'm being honest. However, I do think he has some very, very favorable events in the final. Time will tell. I could be wrong. But I did predict him to be on my final. I really thought you had a 4-horse race really for this week. I really thought you had 4 guys who were most likely to be there. If Trey Mitchell was healthy and I believed in his recovery, I would have said 5. If Jakob Schoonwinkel I thought was healthy and coming back, I might have said 6. But I knew that Trey wasn't healthy, didn't know much about Yako, and he had such a small sample size. So really coming in, I thought basically you had a 4-man race. You had a 1-man race for the win. Mitchell Hooper, that's it. And then 2, 3, 4, I thought in any order you could have Tom Stoltman, Matthew Ragg, and Evan Singleton in any order. But I predicted, because you guys want predictions, we'd have Mitchell Hooper, Tom Stoltman and Matthew Ragg, although I didn't assign who was getting second and who was getting third. Um, as it stands, Matthew Ragg is moving on. He wins Group 3. He did have to work hard for it, but he earned it. He's going on. Group 4, Evan Singleton. Um, didn't have to do the last event. Didn't do the last event. He probably went out there, waved at people, and walked away. So I thought he would attack it just because that's what Evan does. Even though he didn't need to, I thought he would. I thought he'd be the showman that he is. And I thought he might get in his way and stuff doing that. I didn't expect it to. But I thought it's always possible with him. It's always possible he shoots himself in the foot. He removed that variable by simply saying, I'm not going to do it. So he'll move on this weekend, wins his group pretty darn easily. And Evan Singleton is looking strong. He's looking in shape. He's looking calm and intelligent. So the power has always been there. The athleticism has always been there. With Evan, it's always been the mental game, which appears to be locked in right now. So it'll be a force this weekend. Then Group 5, our winner is Tom Stoltman. And he's won 2 of these things. He's won 2 World's Strongest Men. And he's been on the podium the last 4 years in a row. So it's getting to where it's a pattern that you get to see Tom Stoltman standing high and above everybody come World's Strongest Man. So I took the safe pick and said he's done it 4 times in a row. I don't see a reason to knock him off the perch. He'll probably be on the podium again. Whether he does or not, maybe he has a worse weekend than he had a qualifier. But as of right now, he's competed well enough to win Group 5 outright. Now that we have reviewed the group winners, it's time to go back and take a look at who will be competing in these stone-offs. And let's go in reverse order since we're already here and we've already got it sorted appropriately. So our Group 5 stone-off is going to be featuring Wesley Derwinski and Jaco Schoonwinkel. So Jaco was in the second place position. And on that last event, Wesley Derwinski did just enough to hop above Jaco and grab the lead over him by a half a point. And by lead, I mean lead position for the stone-off, which is not the lead because he goes second. Lead meaning point-wise. So confusing. So he'll have the privilege of going second after Jaco Schoonwinkel, and all he has to do is answer. So for those of you who ask this every year and want to know how the stone-offs work and are so hard to understand and so complicated, so it's actually not that hard to understand. It's not that complicated. I do think they're stupid. I do hate the stone-offs, but it's really not that difficult of a concept. Basically, the way it works is you have two competitors. You take who is in the lead out of the 2 of them for the stone-off. The person who is in the trailing position, they go first. Then the person who is above them, the front runner, all they have to do is pick the stone up and equal what the third place position, the guy who was behind just did. In order to actually go from third place to second place and go into the finals, you have to beat and best the second place finisher up to that point in the competition. If you tie, second place gets a win. Obviously, it behooves you not to be in third place going into the stone-off. And so Jaco was in second. It was actually kind of like first, second, second. And then he falls back into third place at the very end there. So he's given himself a whole crawl out of it. He's made his opportunities to make the final a whole lot harder on himself. He'll be in that third place position. He picks it up. Derwinski picks it up. He picks it up. Derwinski picks it up. Yako has to hope that if one of those times he picks it up, Derwinski does not. All right. Group 4. You're going to have a stone off featuring Marcus Crowder and Pavlo Kordiaka. Again, only a half a point. So these stone offs, as we look at these men going to the stone offs, these point totals are crazy close. We had some group winners that kind of won away with their groups. It was first and everyone else in most of the groups. And then second and third were super close too. And then big drop off down there. There's a group that's an exception to that, which we'll get to later. But having said that, um, much like group 5, group 4 is the same way. Only a half a point between these, and Pavlo again did enough to maintain that second place position. And he did that by having a good end of the day yesterday and a great start of the day today. Through the first two events, he was in the cellar. Pavlo didn't look like a contender at all. He could just write the man off. Wasn't going to happen. Wasn't his year. And then he ended the day with a win. And then he started the day with a second place finish and has just looked pretty good since. So the car walk wasn't his best, but it was enough to hold on to the lead over Marcus Crowder. And now Marcus is going to have to best him. He's got to pick it up and hope that Pavlo does not. Group 3. Matthew Ragg won it, as we talked about before, which sets us up for a stone off between Adam Bishop and Ivars Smoktelis. So with Smoktelis, here's the thing. We look at him, we look at Adam Bishop, we see yet again second and third being separated by a half of a point. Crazy how close these things are. So they go into the stone offs, and basically, just like with the other two guys, it's going to work like this. Ivars goes first, he picks it up, and as long as Adam Bishop picks it up too, Adam wins. He doesn't have to do it more times. He doesn't have to beat Ivars outright. He just has to match him. But if one of those times Ivars picks up a stone and Adam Bishop can't pick it up, Ivars will be going on to play bonus baseball this weekend. Then we go to group 2. You know who won that sucker. But this was the group, out of the ones we've seen, that wasn't separated by a half a point for second and third place. Andre Fatu basically had a cushion because he beat Austin Andrade by 2.5 points. That may not sound like a lot, but when we just looked at how half a point separated second and third, half a point separated second and third, half a point separated second and third, we go back here to group 2 and we say, wow, that 2.5 point cushion is a bunch. So Andre was just about as impressive as Mitchell Hooper was. They left everybody for the dust. But now it starts back to zero, kinda, because it's almost as if this contest was as close as the other ones, because now again, Austin Andrade has to beat Andre Fatu. But as long as Andre Fatu can pick the stone up and match Andrade's effort, he's the winner. So Andrade picks it up. He prays that Fatu doesn't. Andrade picks it up. He prays that Fatu doesn't. And that's how it's going to go until either Fatu doesn't pick it up and match him, or Andrade just fails. And then we come to our final group. And gonna get me riled up here. Not even a big Luke Stoltman fan or a big fan of the Stoltmans. I like them. They're good for the sport. But they're way more popular than, I don't know. Anyway, we talked about how close groups 3, 4, and 5 were with only a half a point separating them. Group 1's even closer because Eddie Williams and Luke Stoltman, they're not separated by a half a point. They're not separated by anything. They have the exact same score. They are tied, except they're not really tied. And the reason they're not really tied is the reason that most of you support that I don't, which is that victories are worth more, apparently, than non-victories. So it's points plus something else. Points don't tell the full story. So when we go to the stone off, even though they both have 21 and a half points, Luke is going to be coming from that third place position. It's going to look like he has 21 points and Eddie Williams has 21 and a half. Or it's going to look like Luke Stoltman has 21 and a half points and Eddie Williams has 22 points. So what that means is Luke goes first. And like the other ones, he has to pick it up and hope and pray that Eddie Williams doesn't pick it up too. Because as long as Eddie matches whatever Luke does, Eddie will be moving on to be a strongman competitor on Saturday. The only way that Luke gets to go is if he picks it up and Eddie says, can't do it. So as long as Eddie can muster up the strength to equal Luke's effort, he moves on. And that's what I talk about all the time. You are in that driver's seat. You have that bird's eye position when you're in second place. It's it's such a major advantage. It's not a small advantage. It is a huge, huge advantage. And so that's what our stone offs are going to look like for our 5 groups. And that should be taking place at some point. Let's take a look at the schedule. So I go over here and I look at the schedule. The stone off is scheduled for quite some time. So I'm probably going to take a short little intermission, come back, answer some more questions in a minute. But it's the stone off is scheduled to start at 5 p.m. Eastern, which is about an hour and 10 minutes from now, a little over that. And of course, they'll get started about 10, 15 minutes behind that at best, because that's what they do. They don't ever start on time. But the stone off's in a little bit over an hour. So I'm going to go ahead and make a little image to kind of tell that story, post it up here, and away we go. So we're going to replace this car walk image with one for the stone off. Do that real quickly. There we go. Put a little drop shadow on the stupid text to make it look like we care about stuff. Make it look a little more professional. Yeah, it looks nice and sexy there. Then I'll go ahead and save this image and stick it up there. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. Any questions before I take a break? The main reason that I did cover the whole image and why I did that earlier is last year when I put text on the screen saying, hey, it begins at blah, 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 invariably everyone that came in the room didn't bother to read the screen anyway. It was like, what time does the event start? What time does the event start? What time does the event start? It's on your screen. It's on your screen. It's on your screen. So I thought by doing it this way and just covering up the websites, there can be absolutely no question now what time we begin. Well, I mean, I guess I shouldn't say that. People still might ask. Uh, but I feel like I have provided the information now. But any questions before I take a short little break? My favorite for the stones in every group is the person in second place position. I don't think there are any of these groups that have a dominant enough stone lifter to win from the third place position. At least not that I know about. There is some question potentially in group two because don't really know that much about Andre and Andrade. Both pretty new to the sport, both new to competition. Both are pretty good stone lifters from what I understand. Um, but basically the only people that I say win a stone off from the third place position is when they are head and shoulders, just in a different kind of class than the second place person, or the second place person is just a horrible stone lifter. Um, I guess that does bring us back down here to group three, which I'm talking about. You can't even see the screen. So go back up here. So just talked about group two first, and then I'll come to group three. So this is what I was talking about before. Andre Fatu from the Czech Republic and Austin Andrade. Small sample size. I don't really know enough to be like, oh, I think Austin can put him away from the third place position. He might be able to. But since I always think the second place guy is a smart, safe pick, I'm sticking with that here. Group three. I wouldn't say that Adam Bishop is a horrible stone lifter, but I do feel like I could say Adam Bishop is not a good stone lifter. He does have the potential to be bested by Ivars from the third place position. That could happen. But if you're asking me right now, who do I favor in each group? I favor the person in second place. So that means I favor Eddie Williams. It means I favor Andre Fatu. It means I favor Adam Bishop. It means I favor Pavlo Kordiaka. It means I favor Wesley Derwinski. Um, doesn't mean it's going to work out that way. It would be kind of exciting if you like stone offs, which you guys know I love stone offs. If you do like stone offs, you might be excited to see the third place guy knock some of these second place guys out of contention. To see them want it that bad, to see them actually have to do more than their competitor to earn their way there. That would be kind of cool, I suppose. Um, but then, of course, they're going to be that much more tired going into the weekend. So that brings me to the second portion of this before I walk away. Not only do I favor the second place guy in all of these areas, but out of each of these groups, I'm going to favor your group winner going into the finals over whoever joins them, not just because, hey, it's an easy pick, Jace. You're not stepping out on a limb there. They just won. Of course they're going to be the favorite. But it's not just that they're the favorite, it's that they're going to be well rested. Especially in these groups, considering not only are they not doing the stone off, but most of these guys don't have to bother really doing the car walk either. They had it locked up. So so basically what I'm saying is out of group one, whoever makes it, I'm going to favor Tristan to do better in the final. Whoever makes group two out of Andre and Andrade, I'm going to favor Mitchell Hooper, which I was going to do that anyway, right? In group three, no matter who makes it between Adam Bishop and Ivars, I'm going to favor Matthew Ragg to do better than them this weekend. In group four, no matter who makes it between Pavlo Kordiaka and Marcus Crowder, I'm going to favor Evan Singleton to do better. And no matter who makes it between Wesley Derwinski and Jaco Schoonwinkel, I'm going to favor Tom Stoltman to look better this weekend. That's kind of how I see it. Let me know why and how I'm wrong in the comments or in the chat. In the chat. I'll be right back and I'll see your answers and I'll come back and argue with you. All right, looks like I don't have anybody to argue with. think I kind of tweaked my good ankle last night at the gym, and kind of sucks. Like, if my bad ankle hurts, I'm not worried about it. It's my bad ankle after all. It hurts all the time. But I kind of think I jacked up my good one last night. I feel it well today. Surprisingly, I haven't had anybody asking about my any of my lifts this year. Usually, it seems like for whatever reason, a lot of the people wanted to ask me about my stuff more than the guys who are competing and talk about my lifts more than anyone else's. And I always try to deflect that and put the focus on the gentlemen who are competing. And luckily, I haven't had to fill too many of those questions, or I don't think any of them this year. So that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. All right. I don't know how many people we still have tuned in right now, but for anyone who may be sitting here, I have a question for you. And I'm going to ask you to add your feedback to the chat. But my question is this: I'm not asking who you think is going to win. Some of you will think that these questions are the same thing because sometimes we vote with our hearts and not with our minds. But I'm not asking who you think is going to win, but I want to know who do you want to win this weekend. Different question. May have the same answer, may not. But my question specifically is who do you want to win the 2024 World's Strongest Man? Hmm. Adam Bishop? No. Okay, I didn't really know. I was going to say no. I haven't heard any such animal, but the answer must be yes. The answer must be yes. Because I can't imagine him giving up a spot in the stone offs if he was healthy and ready to compete. Because essentially what you're doing is saying, I have an excellent chance of being in the finals, and you're walking away from that after doing all that work. So, no, I don't know. I don't know what the results or why is, but if you hadn't asked that question, I wouldn't even bother to scroll down. I wouldn't even know. But based on seeing this little word of withdrew next to Adam Bishop here, I'm inclined to believe the answer to your question, Simon Dean, is yes. So, did all that talk, all that running my mouth about Ivar's possibly being able to beat Adam Bishop, it's one of those few places where we might be able to see a third place guy beat a second place guy. Now that goes out of the equation because now Ivar's becomes the second place guy essentially, and Thomas Evans becomes the third place competitor. So now Ivar's no longer has to beat someone outright. All he has to do
is match whatever Thomas Evans does. So tough break for Adam Bishop. It does add some last minute drama and chaos to things, um, which I guess will be good for the TV programming when it finally airs 75 months later. Um, but um, but yeah, I don't know what the injury is. Maybe I could send a couple of you over to Law's channel because I'm sure he knows and I'm sure he's talking about it and everything else, but I have no idea. But apparently, Adam Bishop has suffered some sort of injury. He's had to withdraw from the competition. Will no longer be competing in the stone off. Was in the stone off second place position. Now he won't be in it at all. Ivars will have that second place position, and Thomas Evans will go on to compete in the stone off. So for Americans like us, I guess you could celebrate that if you're one of these guys who just votes with patriot country to because now you have potential for three guys from America to make the world's strongest man final like you have with Canada. Whereas before, the best you could have hoped for would be two guys. You'd have to hope that Marcus Crowder can best Pavel Kordiaka from that third place position in Group 4, in which case Group 4 would actually, if that happened, would send two Americans into the finals. It would be the only group that had American finals. But now there's new American lifeblood in Group 3. That also means that representing Great Britain, you're going to have Tom Stoltman over Brother Luke. Probably not. We're going to have his work cut out. Maybe. But Giddy's in that third place position, even though they have the same number of points. Uh, if we're fighting with patriotism and nationalism in our hearts, then Canada's pretty happy right now. They are the only country that is guaranteed to be represented in the finals by more than one athlete, and they have pretty excellent chance of being represented by three athletes in the finals, and they are the only country that can say that right now, with the exception of America, if America does what we just talked about a second ago. The Hail Mary from Thomas Evans in that one. Um, but right now, Canada is the strong force in the 2024 World Strongest Man. How does Matt Ragg do in the final, in my opinion? Well, let's take a look at the events in the final, if I can get them to pull up real quick. Give me just a second here. Do some switching of some pages around here. It's probably going to look kind of weird. I guess it doesn't matter. We can change it back up in a second. Uh, I think I can go back there. And this is going to look a little weird.
Dang it. Let's do it that way. All right, I can put everything back in just a second here. Okay, so on Saturday, we've got the Connect Giants medley. I think Matthew Rag could do really well there. Then we have the Max Axel press. I believe he could do well there, although the way that he did on the Viking press, maybe I'm wrong. And he had respectable good numbers, and they are very different lifts, but we're still talking about overhead pressing. Um, I think he could do well there. I don't I don't predict like a otherworldly finish from him in that, but I think he could do well there. The keg toss, I don't really know anything about his throwing ability. I don't know anything at all about his throwing ability. I've heard him say he's really good at it. Um, if we take his word for it, I guess he'll do well. But I don't know anything about Matthew Ragg's vertical tossing ability. Um, so I don't know. He could finish anywhere from first to 10th for all I know because I know nothing about it. But he assures us that he is very, very, very good at vertical tossing. Enough so that I think he told Big Laws that he actually thinks that he could win the event. So we'll see. I don't know. I don't think he's competed in anything that I've seen. So, um, and then on Sunday we've got the Conan's wheel. He'll do really, really, really good at the Conan's wheel. He'll do super good at the Conan's wheel. Then we've got the Goodrich Tire deadlift. He's going to do better than middle of the pack there. He's not going to win it. Um, people that are left. Let me think about who's going on right now. Yeah, he's not going to win it, but he's gonna place pretty well there. And then the Atlas stones. He's pretty decent at stones. So how do I think? How do I think Matthew Rag will do this weekend? Pretty good, and I hope to be right because I picked him for my podium, right? So if my predictions are going to be right, he better do well because I need him to do well. Otherwise, I have more egg on my face. But um, yeah, I don't know. I think he'll do well. How well, I don't know. I'll put the other stuff back in there in a second. So we'll go back here now. Boom. Back up here to this screen. Bring this guy back here. That's not right anymore. I feel like I just screwed up my thing by moving that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Crap. Did I fix it? Okay, I think I fixed it. OBS is glitching out on me again. All right. How much weight can I curl? I have no idea. I don't worry about stuff like that. Yeah. Obviously, this body is not built for aesthetics. I'm not a bodybuilder, not a pretty boy. I'm not trying to look good, and I don't typically work on the muscle groups that make women swoon. There's no curls for the girls for me. Um, I do curls because I do everything and I work out everything in the gym,
but it's not a focal point. It's not something I worry about. I don't do a lot of volume. I don't do a lot of weight. I just do it so that I'm getting the general fitness and exercise in. I have big arms, obviously. They're 20 inches. So you know what? How much do I curl? I have no idea. It's not a focal point of my thing. I'm all about explosive movement, and I'm all about your powerlifting core, bench, deadlift, squat, the smaller muscle groups and things. I don't care about. So a common theme for me, people have trouble believing this, but it's true. Um, I don't really root for people. I've never been that one. Um, I love sports and I love athletes. I love to cheer for the competitors. I don't typically root for people. I rarely root against anyone, and I think I even more rare than that root for someone. I just root for good competition. And it's a true answer. I'm not doing a cop out. Um, but the only thing that's different than that is there is some tribalism in me. I'm a St. Louis boy, so when it comes to baseball, I'm going to cheer for my Cardinals. When it comes to hockey, I'm going to cheer for the Blues. But outside of baseball and hockey, I like a lot of sports. Um, and I like a lot of sports that aren't team sports. They're individual accolades. Specifically, I love strongman, powerlifting, and MMA. I don't really root for people though. I just root for good competition. Um, so again, I said it's rare that I root against someone. Not impossible. I've been known to root against Evan Singleton a time or two. Um, but I really don't care. I just want to see good competition. Now, who do I think is going to win? Same person that almost everyone thinks is going to win. I think Mitchell Hooper's going to win. Going into this, I said your podium is going to be Mitchell Hooper, Tom Stoltman, and Matthew Ragg. And don't ask me what order Tom Stoltman and Matthew Ragg are going to finish. I lean towards them in the exact order I named them: Mitchell, Tom, Ragg. But it wouldn't have surprised me at all to see Matthew ahead of Tom Stoltman. Then we go to Evan Singleton. I didn't have him on my podium going to this week, but I thought he has a very, very good chance. And I didn't see him finishing really any worse than fourth. I absolutely didn't see him, Evan Singleton, finishing worse than fourth. The way he's looking right now, I might need to adjust my podium because Evan Singleton, I feel like, has a pretty good chance of standing on that podium on Sunday. Evan's looking phenomenal right now. And he appears to be locked in. And that is so important for him.
Evan's biggest competitor isn't the field, it's Evan Singleton. And he gets in his way all of the time. It doesn't look like he's in Evan Singleton's way this year. So I don't think he's going to best Mitchell Hooper. He might. I'll gladly eat crow if he does, but I think the safe money is Mitchell Hooper. I don't see Evan Singleton upsetting Mitchell Hooper, but if someone told me, hey, I think Evan Singleton's going to win it all, I wouldn't be like, you're stupid. He looks good. And I had him finishing fourth in my pre-week picks. That's a really good finish, but it may have been kind of rude. He might deserve to be slotted in a lot higher than that. Well, that's sort of sports in general. When you're a dominant athlete, people revere you, but you rarely get the credit you deserve because people expect it of you. Um, it's just sort of what it is. It's also why a lot of top tier athletes, after long term dominance, they lose interest. Um, a there's this thing to be said about success in fight and combat sports. They talk about being hungry, having that killer instinct and being hungry because you're not making money. There's no success. You're fighting and clawing your way to get there. And then once you get it, well, do you really have to fight so hard anymore? Not really. Life is pretty good now. Well, maybe you lose that hunger. When that happens, I don't know that there's enough money in our sport, strongman, to really make that the case unless you've been around for a long time and you start becoming an entrepreneur and getting involved in other things like Brian Shaw. If you're the top of our business, you're still making less than most people in any other professional sport by a huge volume. Um, but having said that, even when they don't lose that hunger, they still lose the fire because it kind of becomes an incentive game. Like why? It takes you have to be incredibly selfish. You have to forsake your family, other areas of responsibility. You have to suffer physically, mentally, spiritually to put yourself through the grind that these guys have to put themselves through to compete at that level. These guys, it's not good for your health really to be the size that they are or move the kind of weights that they do. It's a toll on them. And so, when someone dominates for a long time in these sports, a lot of times you see the king who is like, why should I bother? When I win, no one congratulates me. No one says, hey, job well done, champ. They expect me to win, right? And then when you lose, you're open to mockery and ridicule, being told that you're overrated. You're probably never that good anyway, because it doesn't take the general public very long at all to forget what you've done. So what have you done for me lately in sports? And so there's just not a lot of incentive. Um, and I think that what you're saying is true in the chat, and I also don't think that that's specifically to Mitch, though. I just think that's a case of heavy is he who wears the crown. What I think is kind of funny about Mitch, and I don't know if you were here for this earlier. I don't think you were, but I talked about it. Some people think he's an arrogant schmuck. I totally disagree. I think he's incredibly humble. He's confident and he's intelligent. All of these guys should be confident. And I think his confidence and intelligence allows him to make some predictions that you might call bold, but I don't really think they're bold because he backs them up. And I don't think it's out of pride. I think he's smart enough to know what's going to happen, and then he's confident enough to believe himself, which they all do. But I actually think he's pretty humble when you listen to him in interviews and things like that. I don't think he's an arrogant guy at all. But having said that, what I was talking about earlier is he has made the sport look so ridiculously easy that I think he actually believes that the sport is easy. I don't think he knows how good he is from the standpoint that everyone else is looking at him being like, oh my God, how could someone come from out of nowhere and do what this guy has done? It's amazing and mind boggling that this rookie, that this inexperienced guy shows up on Instagram, hops off the couch, and starts kicking everyone's butt. It's not possible. But that's pretty much the story of what happened. And so for him, I think he thinks, well, this sport's just easy. I don't know why people are shocked and surprised that I'm doing it. I'm shocked and surprised that I'm doing it because it hasn't been that difficult. And so I think instead of patting himself on the back and being like, I'm doing the unthinkable, I think he thinks that what he's doing is just something that anyone can do, which is why when he talks about, when he makes a video talking about how would Ronnie Coleman compete in the World's Strongest Man, he's like, I think Ronnie could win it. There was that guy on Instagram, I can't think of the guy's name, who never shows his face, does these weird lifts and lifts these things up. Dude's never competed in competition in his life. And Mitchell's like, I think he could beat me in this. I think he could beat me in this. I don't think I could do that. I think he could win the World's Strongest Man. Never competed in anything. Yeah, that's it. Tom Havell. And and I don't think that Mitchell is being disingenuous or insincere. I believe he actually believes these people can do it. And I think one of the reasons he believes it is because he looks at what he's been able to accomplish and he's like, well, if Mitchell Hooper can come out of nowhere and do it, then I guess anyone can come out of nowhere and do it. And someone needs to tell him, no, Mitchell, you're special. Everyone can't do what you're doing. You are special, my friend. And I don't think he gets how special he truly is. I think it's a question of A, how long will he want to do it? I think there's three questions for Mitchell Hooper. And all three of them are actually compliments to him, even though one of these, maybe two of them, some people could say I'm a hater and that they're not in his favor, that I'm talking against him. But I assure you that all three of the questions I say, I mean as the highest compliments to Mitchell Hooper. I think there are three things to the Mitchell Hooper story in terms of whether he becomes the greatest of all time. Number one, how long will he want to do it versus, and how long will his health allow him to do it, right? Two, how long until what he's doing causes young guys to catch up and also start doing the unthinkable. I've talked about this in the past too. There's something in sports. Everything is unreachable and undoable until someone does it, right? The 4 minute mile, unthinkable, unfathomable. It's impossible. Humans are not built that way. We just can't do that. We have limitations as a species until someone runs the 4 minute mile and then everybody starts running the 4 minute mile. We are inspired by what others do and then we're challenged to try to one up them. It's in our DNA. And so that's another thing where I think that Mitchell Hooper doing the unthinkable right now, it's impressive, but it won't always stay impressive. He's light years above everybody, but I do predict in the next year or two, we'll start seeing that gap close. And I don't mean that to be an insult to Mitchell Hooper. Again, I think it's a compliment. He's inspiring the oncomers, the new generation to come along, and they're going to rise up and answer that challenge. They're going to close that gap. They're going to improve. The question is, how long can he keep himself out ahead of them? Remains to be seen. Don't know. And then the third thing about the Mitchell Hooper story and whether he becomes a GOAT or not is how long does it take to overcome the effect of nostalgia? My favorite strongman, and the guy I still say is the greatest strongman of all time, is Bill Kazmaier. He hasn't competed in years, years and years and years. All of his lifts and things have been left in the dust. He's been beaten in just about anything that he could have ever done. But there's that nostalgia factor. We look at Babe Ruth is the greatest baseball player of all time and always will be. Wayne Gretzky is the greatest hockey player of all time and always will be. It gets very hard, no matter how good you are, to overcome the nostalgia. Once we anoint someone the GOAT, it gets harder and harder and harder for us to anoint a new GOAT because for some reason, I think we look at it as an insult to the other guys. If you say that someone is as good or better than the guy that you love, what you hear is, okay, now you're insulting my hero. Now you're being mean to my hero. Now you don't really appreciate what they've done. It doesn't mean that at all, but that's how we interpret it. So Mitchell's going to have to figure out how to overcome that, and that's beyond his control. He can just show up, compete, win, and let the chips fall where they may. It's usually discussed as Big Z and Brian, not always. There still are some Cavs fans like me, and Marius doesn't get the flowers and love that he deserves, to be honest. But it's usually Big Z versus Brian, and then there are some Cavs lovers like me. And I wasn't saying, necessarily that my pick is the consensus opinion. The consensus is probably Zadrunas Savickas or Brian Shaw, especially depending on where you live. If you're an American, you probably lean Brian Shaw. If you're somewhere else, you probably lean Big Z. There would be people internationally that would give the nod to Brian. There would be people in America that would give the odd or the nod to Big Z. But more than likely, you're going to see it line somewhere around there. But the point is really not who the person is. The point is just of that nostalgia factor. There's usually someone that came from yesterday. We seem to value yesterday with a ton of importance, and I think we tend to diminish the accolades of today because of that. We remember yesterday very fondly. You know what I mean? I think I need to tinkle again. You guys talk amongst yourselves. By the time I come back, I want to see some fighting. I want to see some fisticuffs. Someone insult someone. Be back in a minute. No one is arguing. No one is insulting one another. You guys have all let me down. Does Thor pull 505? I assume you mean at some point since he's returned. Not like you're asking the question, does he pull 505? I think you're asking, hey, is he going to pull 505 in competition and break the official record? Is that the question? So it's a good question. His deadlift is improving incredibly rapidly. He's building on it at an incredible pace since returning. The thing is, he's not the only one shooting for that number, and he's not the only one pulling some incredible numbers right now. I think the question is, I think the question is not, does Thor pull 505? I think the answer to your question, by the way, is yes. I don't want to tap dance around it. Yes. Barring injury. Obviously, injury takes everything out of the equation. But I think the answer to your question, Simon Dean, is yes, Thor pulls 505. The question is whether or not Thor will be the first to pull 505 or not. There are some people getting awfully close. He's not alone. We talked a little bit about possible tattoos yesterday. When I gave my ideas, I was told not to do it. So, all right, Simon, are you still here? Okay, we'll take a break from creating fitness courses and selling fitness DVDs and VHS tapes for just a moment, and then you answer the same question you just asked. So you posed the Thor 505 question. Where do you stand on it? You're probably not wrong. You're probably right. But someone will at some point. It's not to sound like a broken record, but goes back to the thing I was talking about earlier. Everything is impossible until someone does it. Why would we be here? What do you mean, Roy? I don't know if I follow what you're asking. Did I miss something? Bum bum bum. Here we come. Walking down the street. Maybe I'll go out with you this weekend. Just got asked out by a girl. Have to be after World's Strongest Man coverage. Gotta stare at spreadsheets during the daytime. Bum bum. I don't know what Roy's asking. I don't know what why would we be here is. Like, I don't know if he's asking the world's biggest philosophical question, like he's asking the purpose of life, why man is here, um, why we're here because there's no live stream because that's what people usually talk about during this thing. Like I don't know what Roy is asking. If he's asking for the meaning of life, I do have to say I feel woefully unqualified to answer that question. But that doesn't mean I won't answer it anyway. And at the risk of sounding cliched, I believe that we're here to help one another. And I mean that. Ugh. 11 more minutes until the stone off doesn't start. This is where we need you to be at the event, Simon, or someone who can tell us, like, oh, Luke just picked it up. Oh, Eddie picked it up. Luke picked it up again. We need someone there yelling the results to us like that. Been a fun couple days of spreadsheet watching so far. So, Simon, where are you moving from and to? And do you have a lot of help or sufficient help with the move? Roy, your question is totally dependent upon what you're training for. It's a big move, man. It's a big move. Oh, good luck. Moving is one of those things that I had this conversation with my younger brother the other day. I hate when my friends move because when you're built the way that I'm built, and when your friends know that you can lift the way that you can, uh, they see you post these videos, they know that you got 20-inch arms and stuff like this. Who do you think they call when they need help? You know, moving couches and all kinds of stuff. It's like, hey, Jace. The bad thing about this is I'm a nice guy and I don't mind helping. Um, but what the problem is, I don't always want to be called on for just work. I'd like to be invited to a few barbecues. don't just don't just call me to use my muscle. Call me when it's um, a social visit too, not a work visit. The second thing is, I think I've opened up and shared a little bit of my physical backstory in the channel the last few years. Um, for those of you who have heard this, I apologize. And I'm not doing this for sympathy votes, just opening up and sharing because it fits in with the story about moving. Uh, and for those of you who haven't heard it, I guess here you go. But so when I was born, you know, the doctors told my parents I was never going to walk, and I've been able to achieve some things and work. Had to be stuck in wheelchairs and wear leg braces and all of these different things, and I've been able to achieve some stuff. Um, I'm a man of faith, so I believe his achievements, not mine. But that being said, that's not why I'm getting into it. I'm saying this to say that even though I've been able to make certain physical accomplishments, win some trophies in my life, and do some things, the fact of the matter is I'm in pain 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And yes, I can pick 500 plus pounds off the ground. And when I'm at my best, I can pick 600 pounds up off the ground. But that's the way I'm built. I'm built to do really big, impressive things, one, and then sit down and take a break and be done for a long time. Moving takes a lot out of you. And when I help my friends do that, I am sore and bedridden for like 4 or 5 days. I can't move. Walking from the bedroom to the kitchen is like a 20-minute journey, man. And and I don't think they appreciate that. Um, I think I have friends who know that I'm strong, so they think that you're Superman, right? And you you can't be hurt, and they don't see the struggles. So it's kind of I need to learn to use the word no and say, hey man, I'd love to help you, but you need to hire some help. But I'm always like, sure, I'll be right over, and then I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go fall into a coma for the next week and a half. Talk to you then. But anyway, went off on a tangent. I feel like I should apologize to Simon now, and thanks for the comment, Roy. Um, but yeah, I'm glad that you have plenty of help, Simon, and may you be so fortunate and lucky as to get even more. But don't call me. we're different there. We're definitely better at the static stuff. Um, I have made a personal commitment to myself second half of 2020, well, basically now through the end of the year, to take about 25 to 30 pounds off of myself. And I'm never going to go for the bodybuilding look or anything like that. But I do want to become more aesthetically pleasing and more generally physically fit. So that's going to be a big focal point for me the rest of the year. And I've been doing an awful lot of weighted sled pulls at the weighted, well, I guess not pulls, weighted sled sprints at the gym virtually every time I go lately. And they are killing me, but I know that they're great calorie burners and they hurt my ankle a lot. They hurt my hip a lot, but it's getting easier. So that's helpful. And I have a feeling it's going to really increase my physical conditioning a good deal and help me take some of those pounds away. So tall is not a word that I'm associated with. 1,300 is your total. And like, are you talking about like in the core powerlifting events? Is that your three lift total for bench, deadlift, and squat? Yeah. Do I think Luke Stoltman can come second? Do you hold on? Are you asking? Do I think he can come second in his group right now, like after the stone off, or are you asking if I think Luke can finish second in the finals? Well, I mean, I always, I sometimes I feel like a broken record. Um, I always lean towards the second place person, so the guy who has the advantage in a stone off. So as of right now, if you ask me who do I think is going to win the stone off between Eddie Williams and Luke Stoltman, I think Eddie Williams is going to win it, which means Luke won't be competing. Um, if leaning in the direction I usually lean means that, then there you go. Um, if Luke makes it to the final, uh, I don't know. I don't think he'll do that well. Sixth at the very highest, probably around seventh, I'm guessing. Um, I wanted to prove me wrong. Uh, and yeah, your overhead press is pretty good. All of your lifts are pretty good. How much do you weigh, Simon Dean? What is your what's your body weight? I'm like 225 right now. I want to get down to like 195 to 205. I want to stay in that range. I don't want to get higher than 205. And I don't want to change my lifestyle enough to get below 195. Your numbers aren't that far off of mine, to be honest. I mean, if we talk about my best numbers ever, then they're not that close. Um, but I don't think it's great to brag about what you used to do yesterday. If I just look at what numbers you put up there and what I would go put in the gym right now, you're not that far off.
Be safe.
We wait for Eddie and Luke. We wait for Eddie and Luke. Roy, you are right. And I will also admit that I'm a moron and I often do not wear a belt when I do overhead press. Yes, I think Hooper will win again. Yep. At this point, I think it's not, I don't even, not picking on you, Brevin, or not attempting to pick on you. But at this point, I don't even think it's a good question to come into a like a room with strongman fans and say, "Hey, do you think Mitch can or will win?" I think a better question is to walk into a room of strongman fans and go, "Hey, who do you think is going to win other than Mitchell Hooper?" Then you might get some a variety of answers and stuff like that. But I mean, I think at this point, most of us just assume, barring injury or some kind of freak accident that makes him withdraw, he's going to win. Even if he doesn't do his best, even if he slips up and makes a mistake and gets 1 or 2 points on an event in the final, he's going to do so well at everything else that he can afford to lose 6 or 7 points on a single event and still be in the lead. He is just so incredibly dominant right now. He's probably the only guy in the world right now, I would say, that is good enough that he can still win when he makes mistakes. Everyone else has to be at their best to win. I don't think he has to be at his best to win. He's just that good. Well, that's what you're hoping for, and you've been following so far the last couple days, and you should be happy because as of right now, he seems like he's staying incredibly calm and he's not wasting energy at all. He seems like Evan Singleton has calmed down a lot in the last 12 months, and he has changed his demeanor tremendously. But he seems incredibly locked in right now, and focused on results rather than focused on trying to look cool. I think he wants to win, but I think usually Evan is more focused on trying to impress people and trying to get people to react. I think he really wants to wow people more so than he wants to win. He wants to leave people talking about him. I don't think that's where his mind is right now. I think he's locked in, wants to compete, and wants to do whatever it takes to win. And he's reeling himself in, he's pulling himself back, and he's staying focused. And even though I don't talk highly of him very often, I'll give him credit, and I'll even say I'm quite proud of him. He's handling himself really well, and He should be complimented. If they got started on time, we should be seeing the results for Eddie Williams and Luke Stoltman any moment now. If they didn't get started on time, it could be any time between now and the next 4 hours. We continue to wait. We continue to wait. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Waiting for some results right around there. Waiting for the results to populate right there. If I verbally attacked the silent watchers, I'd have to verbally attack everyone because everyone is silent. Plus, I don't know how many watchers we have because I don't have the stats up. And I think I purposely don't want to know because it would probably depress me. In past years, we had 70, 80, 120 people watching it at one time. When I had the stats up earlier, we had like 3, 4, 5 people tuned in. So I think it would bum me out if I knew how alone I am right now and the fact that nobody is here with us. So, um, yeah. For what it's worth, you have to point the opposite way of your camera to interact with the like spreadsheets and stuff. It's not easy to tell your brain to point this direction to look at that direction. It's kind of weird. So yeah, there we go. We have our results. Luke Stoltman, 9 stones. Eddie Williams, 8. There we go. There we go. Luke did qualify from the 3rd place position to the person who asked earlier. Can he? Apparently the answer is yes. I still think it's always safe to assume that that 2nd place guy is going. But kudos and bravo to Luke Stoltman. So there will be 2 Stoltmans in the World's Strongest Man final yet again. Luke does make the World's Strongest Man final. Now, what will he have left this weekend? Remains to be seen. We'll have to tune in to find out. Tune in. Tune in because we really get to watch it, right? But Luke beats Eddie Williams. Luke qualifies from the 3rd place position, saying, "Here, Eddie, pick it up." And Eddie says, "Okay." And Luke says, "Pick it up." And then Eddie says, "Okay." And then Luke says, "Pick it up." And then he says, "I can't." So Luke will be there to watch little brother in the final, and he'll be there to compete against him. So there you have it. We know who is moving on out of Group 1. From Group 1 will be the Canadian, Tristan Hoth, and the spicy Stoltman, Luke. And now we wait for the results of Group 2. Good job, Luke. Good job, Luke. I think experience comes into play a little bit there. Luke is definitely the way more experienced strongman than Luke, and I think that makes you a little bit more gritty. I think also helps you know, seeing athletes, what they can do, what you're going to have to do. I think experience plays a key. Obviously, you have to be able to pull it off. So bravo to Luke, but it will be interesting to see what that does to him this weekend. 9 stone lifts is a lot. It's not 10 and 11, Brian Shaw 2023, but it's a lot, and it will take its toll. But that's the thing, right? I mean, we talk about what it does to these guys, and it's worth talking about. It's a real point. Whether I like the stone offs or I don't, if you're there, you can't compete on Saturday and Sunday if you don't do it. So if you believe in yourself and if you still want to win, that's your path to the final. You better be prepared to lay it all out on the line. That's what Luke did, so good for him. The last 12 months have been pretty good for Luke, actually. A year ago, I was thinking it's pretty much time for Luke to call it a day. He's been on a steady decline. Event after event after event is kind of getting worse for him. He did have a good performance mixed in every once in a while, but then if you would look at the field, it'd be a kind of a lackluster field that he would compete against. By and large, his trend line was like this. And so about a year ago, I was thinking it's time for Luke to say goodbye to the sport. And then he has turned it around and he has had a great last 12 months in strongman. He has done really, really well and has been beating a lot of good competition. So apparently, while I was ready to say the old guy has done it enough and he needs to walk away, he wasn't ready to come to that conclusion. So Credit to Luke Stolman. I wish I knew what word you typed there that got censored. What kind of delay are you experiencing, Banana Hammock? Or did you just pop back in? And is your live light on, or are you behind the live stream? All of these inquiring questions. That's right, bro. Bro. I got my first lever belt recently. Used it twice. Haven't decided if I like it or not. Are you well behaved and intelligent? Meaning, do you have a consistent training schedule? Do you tend to train at the same times or close to the same times daily? Mine's all over the map. Your performance is definitely best. Yeah, mine too. Your performance is definitely best when you can train at the same time frame and interval consistently, but I don't. I might go work out 7 a.m. one day, 9 p.m. the next day. I get there, I put the work in, but there's no telling when it'll be. I kind of do it on purpose, if I'm being honest. Now, I hope none of the young guys from my gym are watching this because I'm gonna feel like a jerk if they hear this. They're probably not, so I'm probably safe. Um, a lot of the young guys have really started looking up to me, and I guess I've sort of become a pet or a mascot around the gym. Um, they all want to talk to me. That's fine. Again, I'm a friendly guy. I think you guys know that. But they all want to sit around, ask me questions, and I don't mind the social thing, but it's gotten to a point now where like I almost can't work out at the gym. People just talk to me nonstop or ask me questions or even to praise me. Sometimes, they'll just give me compliments and I appreciate it. It's nice to hear good things, but it's also like, go away and let me get some work done. And, and that's kind of what it's been like for me probably the last 6 or 7 months at the gym. It's just like I try to go when I think there's less chance that I'm going to run into people because if I see them, I'm not getting anything done. I don't think that it's that I'm a local celebrity as much as it's just that people are impressed that this short, fat guy can do the stuff that I can do. I think in our society, we think that short means weak, and then I'm also old, right? I'm 44, and then I got a belly, so short, old dude with a belly. I'm supposed to be the fat guy in the gym that everybody makes fun of, and it's like, hey, pal, blah blah blah. And then I outlift everybody at the gym, so I think that they're impressed, but they're impressed is kind of a backhanded compliment. They're impressed because they sell me short to start with, so it's easy to exceed their expectations. I think that's what it is. So I've been battling some illness and some infection that's weakened me up. Before that, I had a horrible car accident. It's been one thing after another the last few years, but I'm still battling and persevering. Far away from my best numbers, and I'll probably never see my best numbers again because I'm old. But right now, my bench is it's not 4 plates. It's about 375, maybe 385 if it was a very, very, very good day. But 375 is a number I feel like I can say and I can hit it regardless. I'm actually squatting more than I'm deadlifting. My squats and deadlift were always pretty close, um, super, super close, within 10, 15 pounds of each other. But usually deadlift had the advantage. But these years, that's not the case. I'm actually squatting more than I deadlift. And I'm actually pretty proud of that. For a guy with hip trouble and not supposed to be mobile and can't walk, I'm pretty okay with that. So right now I'm squatting around 560. Um, I did that for 2 reps the other day. They weren't hard, so I'm sure I got more in the tank. And I'm deadlifting around 550, but that was also for 4 reps the other day. So I don't know what's there either. I haven't maxed in any of those three lifts I don't think I've maxed any of them in 2024. So I'm not really sure where my 1 reps are. I just recently signed up for my first powerlifting competition in years and years and years. That will be coming up in July. Um, so I'm gonna have to start doing some 1 rep max days to kind of see where I'm at. Um, we'll see. I'm pretty sure those are far and away from my best numbers. My best numbers are a lot better, and I weighed less when I had my best numbers too. So it's a bit depressing for me when I think about where I'm at versus what I was. Not just because my totals have gone down, but my weight has gone up. So it's the wrong combination. It's the wrong combination. I weigh more and do less. That's correct. So that's not what you want to happen. I'd much rather it was the other way around. 44 years old. Father Time catches up to all of us. Come on, give us some results. We want results. We want results. There we go. So we're 2 for 2 now in terms of third place finishers beating the second place finishers. So I need to go rewind the last 2 hours of the video and tell myself to shut up and tell you guys to stop listening to me because apparently I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. And apparently being in second place is not much of an advantage. Apparently you're perfectly fine in a stone off being in the under position. Apparently that's perfectly okay. So Austin Andrade will be going on to the finals against Mitchell Hooper. So Andre Fatu, I won't say that's undeserved. I think if you beat the guy, you beat the guy. And again, it's not a tie. He outright took it from him. So I'm going to give him credit. But my heart is a little bit gutted for the Czech Republic and for Andre Fatu, mainly because what a performance up until that point that he had put in. Yes, it wasn't Mitchell Hooper numbers and performance like, but it wasn't that far off. The dude looked stellar and amazing. Austin Andrade, I talked about him the last couple days as well. To be honest, he looked great. And in most of the groups, he would have been one of those. He would have been in first or second in those groups, not down there in that third place position. The world's strongest Latino has looked great himself. His problem, which was so unlucky for him, is he happened to be in a group with a couple of studs. So, there you have it. But he takes it away from Andre, and he'll be going on to the final this weekend. He gets 8 stones, and Fatu couldn't manage to do more than 7, which I think it was is it the 5th or the 6th stone that was for reps? Let's see what it says here. 6 stones. That's what I thought. Okay. 6 stones. So he made it through all 6, and he got the last stone twice. He couldn't get a third rep on that last stone. Andrade got there and did the 6 stone one time, did the 6 stone a second time, and did the 6 stone a third time. And that was enough. The point still remains, though, that these stone offs are exhausting, right? And these guys they're all going to be diminished somewhat this weekend. They do have a rest day tomorrow, which helps a lot, obviously. The question is how much. Now, for someone like Austin Andrade, who's young, I think he's only like 22, 23 years old. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think he's pretty young, like 23. He's obviously going to recover faster than someone like my age. I need more than a rest day. I need a rest week or a rest month. I guess, even though it's deserved or undeserved, I guess because I'm open to being corrected. I'm open to different opinions than my own. I guess even though it didn't matter because Andrade beat him, I guess you could make an argument now that Andre Fatu made the right choice, at least from the statement of not really trying on the car walk. he took the car walk off just like Mitchell Hooper, so that meant he didn't expend more energy than necessary. So he was going into the stone off as fresh as he could be since he didn't have to do the car walk. So good strategy, but that also means that you have to give Austin Andrade credit again that he beat him in the stones and he did so while also having a 24-second car walk. So let's not be rude to the guy. Let's give him some credit. Now it's group 3. And for those of you who weren't around for this, let's take a look at this. Some of you may have missed this. The group 3 stone off was supposed to feature Adam Bishop versus Ivar Smokstelis, but it will not because Adam Bishop had to withdraw from the competition. So now the group 3 stone off is between Ivars and Thomas Evans. Ivars went from being in a third place position to have to do a one-upsmanship on Adam Bishop. Now he's in the driver's seat. So all he has to do is match Thomas Evans, and Thomas Evans will have to beat him. That also means that if Thomas Evans does that, like the previous two groups did, where the third place guy exceeds and passes the second place guy, that would mean that moving on from group 3 would be Matthew Ragg, and the guy who finished 4th in his group would be in the World's Strongest Man final. So, like it, hate it, think it's cool, think it's terrible. It does create some drama. It definitely creates something to talk about, and it's definitely interesting. Um, so it'd be kind of a little bit bizarre if Adam Bishop withdraws, Ivars becomes the lead dog, Thomas Evans passes him, and so Group 3 sends their first place finisher and their 4th place finisher to the finals. Interesting stuff. Ooh, man. Sorry. Yes, it's the kind of event that would be fun to watch live. It's the kind of event that makes you yawn when you're watching a spreadsheet. I wonder what Roy's primary language is. If Roy is supposed to be Wa, like Patrick Wa, then I'm going to assume his primary language is French. But I have no idea what Roy's main language is. Norwegian. Same thing. I'm going to type that into Google Translate in just a second here. And if you just cussed out my mother, you're booted forever. I'm doing the translate right now. I was joking about it, and I was like, no, I really want to know what he just said. He's probably already answered. This is Norwegian. Hello, little cutie. Oh, sweet. See, the funny thing about that is I made a post to my friends on Facebook the other day. Um, the interesting thing is most of us guys, one of the reasons that we start working out and lifting is to attract the attention of the opposite sex. We want girls to look at us, talk to us, and be interested in us. But I don't think my muscles have ever once interested a female in this lifetime. The only people who want to get closer to me or talk about my lifting or my muscles are other guys. So it's it's sad but true. The women couldn't care any less. I wish we had a report on what Adam's injury was and why he had to withdraw. Excuse me. New Google Photos memories. Look back in time. There's me going to a double A baseball game. There's me at a double A baseball game. There's me holding a signed autographed Nolan Ryan baseball. There's me holding another signed autographed Nolan Ryan baseball. There's all of those photos together. I guess this memory was about baseball. Look, there's me mean mugging camera. I designed that hoodie. Yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. I just want to look good enough that their heads don't turn in the opposite direction. That's about it for me. As long as they don't look away, that's a win.
Results. 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 Be right back. Need more of this. Were the group 3 results literally one stone? You're gonna tell me Thomas Evans couldn't to pick up a 160 kilogram stone? He only got 140. So either he's injured as well, should have surrendered his spot to Rob, or he didn't care about the finals, didn't try, or someone needs to work on their stones a lot. One stone, when you're competing for a chance to go to the finals, that is simply unacceptable. I guess if you're Ivar Schmuckstellis, it's good news. in that, unlike everyone else who's been in the stone offs and had to burn a bunch of extra energy, the same cannot be said of Ivar's. He'll be just about as fresh as anyone else who's there. He'll be as fresh as the group winner. Yeah, that's a pretty disappointing group three. Very disappointing group three. I feel like Adam Bishop might be sitting there somewhere going, heck, even injured, I could have did that. Give me my place back. Is it wrong that I want to eat a large pizza all by myself tonight? Is that bad? Group four. The qualifiers are almost over. The qualifiers are almost over. I said the qualifiers are almost over. Yeah. Then to post the numbers. The worst part of these long streams is that I do suffer from light sensitivity. And so to have to sit here with the lights on for so long is like, ouch. Pavlo will be going on as I predicted. So that group wound up just like I thought before the event started. Had Evan and Pavlo moving on out of group four. Marcus Crowder gets 5 stones, can do no more, so he can't even do all 6 stones, which meant Pavlo didn't have to try the last one. That's enough for him to move on. And moving on out of group four will be Evan and Pavlo, which means your finals will feature one and only one American. That American's name is Evan Singleton. The T Rex will be the lone representative in the finals from the United States. Now we have one group remaining, and it will determine whether we have 3 Canadians in the final or if we have a South African representative. Let me take another peek. Who's going so far? We got 8 spots out of 10 filled. It's kind of funny. It came down to these guys who were in a tie and then this here. Going into it, I thought that I had no idea to decide whether or not I've had Luke making the final or not. Ultimately, I chose to have him making the final, um, but I really wasn't sure because, again, I've been writing Luke off for the last 5 years prior to the last year, and I thought he looked pretty good, and I thought he had some great events here, and so I thought he could pull it out. But then Eddie Williams looked so great throughout there, and I thought I was wrong in supporting Luke. I should have went with Eddie, but it was so close to them. What a battle they had all week long. Great stuff there. Um, but that is the two that I had going for one. Group two is not what I picked. I thought it would be Mitchell Hooper and Andre Fatu. So Austin Andrade upset my pick there. I didn't think he would be in the final when I saw the groups. I figured he'd finish third in his group, but I did not think he'd make the final, and he did. Um, Group three is definitely not what I picked. I thought Matthew Ragg would take it, and then I thought if not Matthew Ragg, it would probably be Adam Bishop or Thomas Evans, or I thought Rob Kearney actually had an outside chance to make the final before we went into the week. I didn't give Ivars any credit at all. I did it. I know about his decorations, but I also think his decorations are, in my opinion, I guess I'm wrong. I think they're largely a part of the fact that he just competes a lot, more so than that he's great. But um, so anyway, long story short, doesn't matter. I did not pick Ivars making the final. He's in the final. And now we've got Evan and Pavlo. That's what I thought. So far we have 2 guys who are bound and headed to the finals that I didn't expect, and that's Ivars and Austin Andrade. I didn't seed them 1 to 10 this year like I have in the past, and like I would like to have. Didn't really have preparation. Again, didn't know I was going to stream. Didn't know I was going to do any of this, but I will candidly admit that there are 2 guys in the finals so far that I did not predict would be there. If Derwinski makes the final, that will be a third finalist that I did not pick to be there because I did have both Tom Stoltman and Jaco Schoonwinkel in my finals for Saturday and Sunday. So if Derwinski holds his ground here and keeps Schoonwinkel out, there'll be 3 guys in the finals that I did not expect. So 30% of the field I was wrong about. And there would be 3 Canadian. The old man JF Quran could literally have half. Stick them one in each group. The last group. Group 5 is the final group. Derwinski, Skumvinko is your final stone off. Pavlo Kordiaka. All right. So it's over, and Derwinski holds on. So that coveted second place position that he grabbed by besting Schoonwinkel in the car walk, I thought that might come into play. I thought that might be important. It was 8 stones. Derwinski's in, Schoonwinkel's out. So that does change my top 10 finalists. Schoonwinkel obviously won't be there, and he won't be competing for a podium spot. Not that he might be in the top 3, 4, 5 guys. Obviously not. And we have a 3 Canadian finals. So let's go ahead and do a recap. Not of the stone offs, they were what they are, but let's just do a recap of who's advancing and who's not. In Group 1, Tristan Hoth will be moving on, along with the spicy Luke Stoltzman. In Group 2, it's going to be Mitchell Hooper and Austin Andrade. In Group 3, it's going to be Matthew Ragg and Ivars Schmuckstellis. In Group 4, it's going to be Evan Singleton and Pavlo Koriaka. And in Group 5, it will be Tom Stoltman, 2-time winner, being joined by the Canadian Wesley Derwinski. That's who will be competing this Saturday and Sunday. Look for me to make a video on what if there were no groups, and then I'll also put out another video later, sometime between now and Saturday, where we will give you my predictions, the 1st through 10th. So there'll be no me dodging anything on Saturday and Sunday. You'll know exactly what I expect, exactly where I stack them, and exactly where I'm going to say they're finished. I won't be right, but I'll make my predictions anyway, 1st through 10th place. And yeah, and I guess I'll see you guys Saturday.